Make sure we got this all together. Let me get a mic check. Let's make sure everything's working out. All right, cool. That's what's up. All right, so we're just gonna wait for Sister Renee to come in and join us, and we're gonna have to finish it like this. Um, peace to everybody out in the live chat. Peace to Water, peace to Back to Love, peace to Juicy, peace to Channel Zero, peace to African Black Chaos, Water Sniper. If I haven't said you already, peace to Just Rain, peace to her. Let's see who else was out there. Peace to everybody that's listening. You know what I mean? Peace to all y'all. My deep. We got trolls out here, so I need y'all on deck. They already started early, so yeah, just be on point. But we're gonna get it in. She was just talking about the certain incidents that happened earlier up in New York. Don't have the full story on it. I was just finding out about it right before we went live, so I don't have the full details, everything. But apparently a van rode up on the sidewalk and killed a bunch of people. They viewing it as a terrorist act. Big surprise. White people die is terrorist act, unless another white person did it. But this, of course they see, I'm interested to see who they're going to try to pin this on and what's the reasoning. It could have been anything, could have been a drunk driver. Somebody could have fell asleep behind the wheel. It could be a bunch of reasons. So I'm not going to jump to conclusions yet. I want to see everything and get the full story. But yeah, it's a lot of other interesting stuff that happened in this week. Let's see. You had the situation with I just found this out. Steve Harvey, with his cooning behind, recently came out and said that it was a mistake for him to back up Donald Trump last year when he did. And the reasoning behind him saying this is not because he all of a sudden, got this epiphany that, and realized that he was just a tap dancing ass coon and he ain't doing himself any justice, performing for nigga snacks the way he's been doing. No, it wasn't because of that. It was because his ratings dropped for his little TV show or whatever. I guess, some of his supporters finally woke up and realized, that this dude is he's addicted to nigga snacks. He be fiending for nigga snacks. And a lot of people, they can't take that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they decide to fall back. But family, I've been trying to tell, we've been trying to tell these fools for years that Steve Harvey ain't nothing but a tap dancing coon. But now all of a sudden he want to, turn around, try to backtrack on his statements and try to justify why he did it. I did this because, I thought, somebody needed to come in, try to bridge the gap, and try to kill some of this racial tension that, this, that, and the third. And, they gave me the call. So I decided that I'll take advantage and try to be that mediator between, the good white people and the good black people, try to mediate something so the white trash and the niggers, can, calm down, settle down. That you already know how that get down, family. So, at the end of the day, you can't take Steve Harvey serious. He's fighting for his show right now. That's the only reason why he's retracting on any of this. Because before that, he could care less. He was talking down on people. Oh, well, Steve Harvey apparently is regretting his little visit to the White House and with Donald Trump, the little photo op he did last year or earlier this year, I should say, little photo op he did. He's backtracking on it now because his talk show, the ratings has dipped tremendously. So now, and most people are blaming it on, people turning their back on him after he backed Donald Trump up. And now he's saying that might have been a bad decision. Well, it's a damn shame it takes for your ratings to drop for you to realize that you was a cooning ass son of a bitch. Yeah, you already, fam.
I mean, Same thing with Chris and Michelle. Chris and Michelle,
Okay.
have you heard about her lately?
No, what she's done did.
She was talking about how she was gonna commit suicide and how, she's just been drinking and all of this stuff and been going through all of this her because after she accepted to sing at Trump's inauguration, a lot of people stopped fooling with her. She ended up getting dropped from her record label. I guess she wasn't really selling tickets like for shows and stuff anymore. Um, Same thing with the chick from Mary Mary, the Tina Campbell chick. They actually canceled her tour because of a lack of ticket sales.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a great thing. I think it's a wonderful, beautiful, beautiful thing that's happening with um, Chris and Michelle, Steve Harvey, and Tina Campbell, and whomever else. I rejoice in it. The reason being is that we have our own code. We talk about, of course, the race first community, the black first community. And one of the problems I think with our whole situation is that we don't have any parameters, we don't have any boundaries or any real rules, and that we also don't have any for certain things. And so, in my opinion, if you are, if you betray your race, if you are a traitor to your race, you need to be dealt with as such. And there needs to be people who are made examples understand that we not playing. This is a life or death situation. This is nothing to play around with or about. And we got this fool in here. Like I said, it's going down. We just don't have the time anymore. We don't have the time for people who want to flip flop. If you want to go do and be with them, then go do that. That's fine. But understand, if you're trying to be over here, there's going to be consequences. There's going to be repercussions for what you choose to do. And people will try to philosophize their way out of it. Like I heard her saying something about Chris and Michelle talking about, well, uh, what did she say? I wanted to be the bridge between this and that and the two
Hmm.
sides. And I'm a Democrat, but I still felt like this would be a good thing. And but girl, shut up. You wanted that check, honey.
Yeah.
You wanted that check because there's nothing to bridge. Why is it that I know she was just talking crap, but why is it that black people always feel that we are the ones who need to be a bridge? We don't need to be a damn bridge for nothing and for nobody. We didn't create these circumstances, and we should not be the ones in a position to try to, quote, repair them or to try to manage them or whatever, or get things, quote, back together. No, we have nothing to do with that. It's not black people's responsibility to be a bridge for anybody.
Not at all.
It's not our responsibility to say, oh, well, the good, like I heard you were saying, the good white folk. It's no, 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 no. That's not our responsibility. That's not our job. It's not our place. If white people so good natured, then you go deal with your racists. That's what I always say.
Thank you.
Go deal with them. There's nothing over here you need to talk to us about. You need to deal with us about. People say, we need to have a real conversation about race in this country. No, the hell we don't. Black people don't need to have no real conversations about racism. We know what it is. We experience it every day of our life. Y'all are the
Right.
ones who need to deal with your racist nature. That has nothing to do with us. So yeah, I champion, I congratulate the fact that they feeling the heat and that they've had to feel the heat from black people, because sadly we don't stand on a lot of things in general. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody, but in general, we don't stand on our word. We don't stand for a lot of things, and that we just gonna stick by and stick with. So the fact that a lot of black folk were giving pushback to them, I think that's great.
I agree. I agree. And let's see what else happened. Oh well, we had the incident earlier today. You know, the incident that happened on live television. You want to talk about that?
Oh goodness, Wendell Williams.
Yeah.
Okay, well excuse me, Wendy, Wendy, Wendy Williams. She fainted. It was weird. That was kind of freaky and scary. Did you see that, Psycho?
Yeah, I
Right.
saw it. Yes, I
Oh,
did see it.
oh my gosh, talking about she overheated. But I will say this though, I do have a friend, one of my best friends. She has that same condition, that thyroid
Uh huh.
she has, and they do get really weak for real. Like they do get really weak where um they can't pick stuff up or they can't remember things or they'll faint, they'll fall out. So I do know that to be true, and she has that condition. So I'm not gonna go too hard on her because that was my friend over the years,
Mm-hmm.
like growing up. So that is a real thing, but it was just crazy. I was just like, wow, that lady,
It was the yeah, it
yeah.
was crazy, and it was honestly that was the longest faint I ever saw in my life. I'm gonna be real with you. Like she paused and it seemed like she saw something was wrong, and then she like frowned up, and then she took some steps back, and then she
Mm-hmm.
grabbed her heart. She grabbed her heart like she was Fred Sanford on Sanford and Son, and she kind of like just paused for even longer. And it's like it took forever for her to faint. It's like she went through all this stuff, and then she just passed out, and then the screen just went black, and she came back normal, and it was like it almost made me wonder. I hate to say it, but it almost made me wonder, was that a stunt or something? Because that it just looked so
Man.
over. It just looked so dramatic. I ain't never seen such a dramatic faint. Most of the time when people faint, they just get little. The eyes start to roll back a little bit and they just pass out. But she went through the motions. Like it was like I was like, what? I thought she was about to have something like a heart attack or something. Like I didn't know what was wrong. But yeah, they said she just fainted. I'm like, all right.
Man, I was reading peace to Sister Machacha. Hey lady. I was reading her comment. Peace to everybody in the chat. Peace to back to love. What's up? Peace to brother Africa Black. Peace to who's in here. All the fam. I love y'all. What's up? What's good? Peace to Juicy. Yeah, we got Polite gold shoes in the house. What up?
Was
but
good.
yeah, I was reading her comment. So yeah, the comedy tour. She said it's a comedy show touring, and the comedians are Cedric, the Entertainer, George Lopez, D.L. Hughley, and Eddie Griffin. George Lopez. Now, when black folk were mad, you talking about now, muchacha?
I think she's still talking about Steve Harvey. She might be still talking about Steve Harvey.
Okay, yeah, but Steve Harvey. I mean, he's just a textbook coon. You feel me? Like and the thing is, people be like, "Oh, well, why y'all talk about black people who are successful? You just hating, or you just saying this and that because they made it." What does making it mean? That's
Yeah.
number one. Number two, I- I'm so sick of the word hating. That's one of my major pet peeves. They hating. Like
Yeah,
they use it for
it's
every.
overused. It's overused. I totally agree. Everything isn't hating. Like
No,
that's just an easy way to brush people off. It's an ad hominem attack, and it's an easy way to try to dismiss something that people are actually saying that holds weight. And it's the easiest way to brush them off if you don't want to answer it. Somebody pin you down and they got you in the corner. Easiest thing to do is just say, "Well, yeah, they just hating. They just
yep,
hating." You know, like that's the typical response, and that usually means that the person don't have a response. You know,
right.
they have nothing else besides just to say they're hating. You know, like and it's an ad hominem attack, and it's actually overused, and most of the time it's not even context because you do have people
Mhm.
that do hate. You do have haters,
Right.
and you do have people that hate, but everybody who says something or disagrees with you or has a different of opinion from you is not always hating. Time they're
Yeah.
not hating. I'm willing to say most of the time that people who disagree with you or have an opposite opinion of yours is not hating. They actually feel that way, and they're not saying this because they dislike you or they want to see you. That's not always the case. Like I said, most of the time that's not the case. So we got to stop word around so loosely.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's just like it annoys the crap out of me, and people will always, oh, they hating and you hating and so hate. Man, look, what did comments say? If I don't like it, I don't like it. That don't mean that I'm hating. Yeah, I just want to innovate it.
I know, but that's a real statement. That's a real statement right there.
It really is. Y'all, what song was that from? It slipped my mind.
I don't get being mad. I don't know.
Like, that don't mean that I'm hating. And then he was like, I just want to innovate or something. Anyway, it may come back to me. But yeah, that's a real statement for real. Like I love that line. It always stuck with me. If I don't like it, I don't like it. That don't mean that I'm hating. And people need to understand that. Like they're like
Mm,
everything is not about hating somebody. And then when people say that, I'll be like, hating on what?
right.
What? Like what? What am I hating on? Like, or if I hear people saying that about what are they hating on? They just hating, they just mad because whatever. You can't even tell me nothing. Like you said, they just be talking.
Mm,
So did you get into the light skin yet?
nope. Was bad. That's a good lead in though. It's a good lead in
Yeah.
for the light skin thing because that's something that we actually hear a lot of. And for people that's wondering why the name of the show is named this is because we just want to address that statement.
Hmm.
That statement right there that you see in the title is what we want to address because it's no secret. Me and Sister Renee both speak out against colorism on a regular basis.
Hmm.
We speak out against colorism, and we speak about the psychological damage that it has done to our people over the centuries. Um, but whenever we seem to attack colorism, we seem to get certain people that love to try to twist our words and our narratives, and they will just turn around and just say, "Well, y'all just hate light skinned people. You're hating." We just got finished talking about the whole "you're hating" thing. That's pretty much what they're saying. You're hating. You're hating on light skinned people. You hate light skinned people and everything else. And they say this again ad hominem. They say this to deflect from the actual topic. It's a way to try to dismiss what the person is saying by just brushing off what they're saying as them being jealous or them being a hater or whatever the case may be. And the entire time they're saying this, they are not addressing said. You understand what I'm saying? Like, because at no point in time has anybody ever heard me or Renee say we had problems with light skinned people. At no time. If anybody heard me or Renee say that, can you please and give me a timestamp when it happened? Because I will go back and I will play it right now live on air so everybody can hear me saying that I hate light skinned people. But you're not going to be able to find it. You're not going to
Hmm.
be able to find me saying that because I never said it. I never made close to that claim. The only thing I ever attack is not light skinned people. I actually attack light skinned privilege. I attack the privilege. I hate the privilege, not the light skinned people. And light skinned people are not even the ones who are promoting the privilege. It's mainly people
Yep.
that is pushing this privilege. So if anybody who should be actually offended should be the dark skinned people because they're the main ones who's perpetuating the light skinned privilege. And that's what I'm attacking. I'm attacking the light skinned privilege, not light skinned people. And
Mm-hmm.
if light skinned people are upset that I'm attacking light skinned privilege, that's only showing me that they not only understand that light skin privilege exists, they don't like the fact that I'm trying to crush it
Right.
because they want to hold on to the light skin privilege, which leads me to believe that they themselves are practicing colorism
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
you shouldn't have a problem with me saying that light skinned people are not better than dark skinned people because that's pretty much what I'm saying. I'm not saying dark skinned people are better than light skinned people. What I'm saying is light skinned people are not better than dark skinned people. And nobody should have a problem with me saying that because what I'm saying is we're all on an equal playing field. But if you have an issue with me saying that we are all on an equal playing field, that's because you yourself believe in your heart of hearts you are above us
Mm-hmm.
and you want to continue to be above us and you want to defend and protect that. That's the only reason why you should be mad at me saying any of the things that I say. I'll pass the mic.
That's right. Excuse me. I was yeah, no, I agree 100 1000%. Um people people do that on purpose. You know what I mean? It's like just another way to deflect. Um it's another way to distract so that when you're saying something that's real and that needs to be addressed, they'll go right for like the most extreme statement they can make. Oh, you hate light skinned people. That they go to these extreme statements. And it's like, what? Us talking about colorism, the reality of colorism, talking about darkism, talking about with our people as far as this historically and continuing, us talking about those things are not equivalent to us saying we hate light skinned people. And that's what ticks me off. Like, why is it that me addressing colorism is supposed to mean that I hate light skinned people?
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same thing. I can
Not at all.
I can talk about and address colorism and still have every bit of love for all shades of black people, for all shades of my people. I can do both. Okay. And so
Mm-hmm.
that's what makes me, kind of ticked off is because people make those extreme statements and they do that as a means to try to, you know what I mean, to try to shut down what you're saying. Because, like you said, they don't really want it to be addressed. Because if I understand that I'm receiving a certain type of privilege or a certain type of advantage, we'll say that, I don't want that to end for most people.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want that to end. I don't want my advantage I have, no matter how slight it may be. I'm not saying that means, you have the greatest life in the world and you have no cares. Of course not. I'm not saying that. But whatever quote unquote privilege or advantage that you might receive, you don't want to give that up. You don't want to, you don't want to lose that in order to have, in order for us to be equivalent among complexion. So I think that's a big issue. And that's why some light skinned black people get defensive about it, is because I think it's a couple different things. I think some of them understand what we're talking about and they prefer not to lose that privilege or advantage. And so colorism or darkism to not be discussed. Um, then I think there's other people who it's not that they're it's not that they're trying to defend their privilege or advantage or whatever the case may be. They don't know how to process. They don't addressing colorism. They think it's a personal attack on them. They think it's just somebody coming at them and that they should somehow feel guilty because they're light skinned or they should feel shameful or whatever because they're light skinned. And so I think some people don't I think some people come from just a place of not really understanding and just trying to and so then they go on to say things like, you hate light skinned people and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think everybody's intentions are bad or whatever, but I just think that if you look at it just in a basic way, people don't want to give up their privilege. They don't want to give up their advantage. Now, let's discuss what is light skin privilege. Let's discuss um what is light skin advantage. Okay. Now, people will sure with what I'm about to say. People will have issues with what I'm about to say. People will give their examples or their anecdotal evidence to refute what I'm saying. But I stand by what I say. I stand on what I say. Now, when it comes to privilege as I perceive it, as far as being light skinned, and let's also make this distinction to be clear: light skinned, black, and mixed race are not the same thing. However, in terms of how I'm gonna phrase the conversation, the two end up overlapping in some ways just because you can't really get around it in some manners because so many black people think that mixed people are black, so embedded in our community. Sometimes it's separate the two. So
Mm-hmm.
I just want that out there first. So there is a difference. Mixed race people, again, in my opinion, are not black. They're mixed. They're biracial, and there's nothing wrong with that. They didn't choose their parents or anything. Um, but I don't identify them as black. And then light skinned black people are black. They
Right.
have two black parents. There's plenty of light skinned people I know or in my family who have two black parents, black mama and daddy, and they're just light skinned. We do come in a variety of shades. So let's get to this privilege. Now, when I'm talking about privilege, I'm not talking about on the scale of white privilege. Okay.
No, not at
On
all.
this, it's not on that scale. It's not comparable. Okay. That's not what we're talking about. So because when people hear privilege, they automatically jump to that white privilege. Well, look at all the privileged white people. I don't get that because I'm light skinned, but that's not what
Light skin privilege and white privilege are two different things.
totally different things. Yes. Now, with light skin privilege, I personally feel that is definitely things like with um, dating and relationships and those type of things. There's a big difference there. But if we even go back to being children, growing up within the black community, the light skinned babies, let's keep it funky, are said to be cuter, are said to tend to be prettier. The dark babies, you don't see them celebrated as much in a lot of black families. I'm not talking about every black family. I'm not talking about every black neighborhood. I'm not talking about every black community, okay? But I'm just saying in general, the dark skinned babies are not, like I said, as celebrated pretty. I don't know how many times I've seen, over the years. a light skin. Oh, she's so cute. She's so pretty. And look at her little skin and this and that. And people will want to keep the baby. They will want to buy the baby things. They will want to, you know, take the baby out and show the baby off like it's their baby. I've seen this time and time again. Dark baby, it's not the same a lot of times. It's not the same attention and fanfare. Again, not every situation, but and then so you have that, which starts very early. But by the time that you get into elementary school and things of that nature, a lot of times your complexion, your color is constantly made, you're made aware of it all the time, even as a little girl or boy. And so comments are always made, oh, look at that skin girl or boy or whatever. Oh, they so cute. Or are they mixed? Because, being mixed, that's supposed to mean you everything. So
Mhm.
with my niece, I can remember when she was my oldest niece, when she was like a newborn. And I took her with me and just was out, and people were like asking, "Oh, is she mixed?" and this and that. And it's like when they say that, it's a compliment. You feel me? They're saying it like it's a compliment that if she's mixed, like that's what's up, like that's a good thing, and that's really sad, But I've experienced that. But anyway, so you go to school, you deal with what you deal with. Now, let me be clear: light skinned people are made fun of. Children, they're called banana. They're called all kind of names. They may be called white boy, white girl. Especially the boys are called pretty boys. A lot of times they're seen as being softer than guys. So they absolutely face discrimination within our community. Don't get me wrong. So I'm in no way in denial of that. But we have to be clear though on who gets the brunt of excuse me, who gets the brunt of the colorism, who gets the brunt of the discrimination or what have you. And I'm sorry, but that is dark skinned people. So anyway, you go on through whatever, you go on through life and whatever you're doing. Now, this is something I want to bring to people's attention. Now, for people who talk about, there's no light skin privilege and things like that, look at the doll test. And
Mhm.
how is it that little children who are in grade school, I think they did it with like kindergartners, how is it that these children are able to identify that the lighter skinned doll is prettier, is nicer, is somebody they want to be friends with? How is it that these babies are able to identify that and identify it so clearly? So it's just an example of how deeply embedded this is in our community, that you have young babies who understand this and who grow up with these same ideals that all of us grew up with, which is that in the community, lighter skin is more attractive, it's more desirable, it's just better overall. And the darker you are, the harder you will have it a lot of times in life. That's just true. And you look into Rashida Strober, and a lot of things, that research that she has done, and others have done, showing the impact that having dark skin has on a person's life. This is a real thing. Like, this is really something people have studied and researched. And, lighter skinned women tend to, I think they tend to get married more. They tend to have higher incomes, different things of that nature. And for me, I can see that to be true. This has nothing to do with hating. This has nothing to do with jealousy or envy. That's another thing people always throw out there. Whenever we discuss colorism, people say, "Oh, you hating because you jealous. You wish you was mixed. You wish you were light skinned." And that's a really sad thing. And the fact that we can't even talk about real things without it having to come to something like that. This is not a personal attack on any specific person. person. This is about a mindset. Just like Psycho was, this is a mindset that we're attacking.
Mm-hmm.
This is a way of thinking and a pattern of behavior that has existed in the Black community for far too long. And it continues to go on. That's what we're addressing. To do with addressing specific specific people and attacking specific people because of their complexion. Get out of your own way. Get out of your own way. Stop thinking everything is just about you. It's not. It's a bigger picture to this. And this is one of the reasons we can't talk about it is because people shut down. When you start addressing this stuff, they shut down because it's too hard to hear or they feel slighted or whatever. It's not about that. Now, I'm gonna say a couple things. I'm gonna pass the mic, but now let's be clear when it comes to, you know, you getting older. And let me say this in terms of privilege within the community. Privilege in terms of, like I said, definitely with relationships and things of that nature. Privilege when it comes to education, and things of that nature as well. I think just in general, um, that if you do a comparison between a dark skinned person and a light skinned person, especially females in the community, I think that the light skinned female will tend to have some more advantages than the dark skinned woman. People can feel mad at me about that. They can disagree with me. That's fine. But I really think that's a real thing. Um, Let me also be clear. Listen, I have so many friends that are light skinned, okay, light, bright skin. And they are the sweetest, coolest, most down to earth people. That's the only people I deal with anyway. But the thing about it is a problem that I think a lot of dark skinned people have, dark skinned females, a lot of times, they think that light skinned girls are automatically stuck up, snobby, got their nose in the air. And that's not true. We got to get away from that type of thinking as well. That's not the case with every um, light skinned woman. But people think that because they feel like men gas up light skinned women's head. And I honestly feel a lot of brothers do. And I say this, and again, y'all know I love my brothers, I love my black kings. I'm not talking about everybody, but I do feel like black men are the biggest perpetuators of colorism in the black community. And let me be more specific, darkism in the black community. Like that. There's just a real thing. And this is not about trying to shame black men. It's not about trying to make black men feel guilty and make them dark skinned black women. And no, it has nothing to do with that. But it has everything to do with becoming more self aware. It has everything to do with realizing what's going on and how this hurts and impacts the community in general. So when the light skinned girls are put on a pedestal and they're said to be more beautiful, yellow bone, red bone, um, you know, they're everything. You know what I'm saying? That hurts. The
Mm-hmm.
other seeing that who are coming up and who are dark skinned and they feel like, well, dang, I'm not her complexion. People have to understand and address that we have a multi-billion-dollar skin bleaching industry. Like, why? Nobody. That's the thing. Nobody wants to deal with that. Why is there a multi-million-dollar skin bleaching industry? And this is for Black people across the diaspora. Why does that exist? And this skin bleaching, like I said, it's bleaching. It's making you go from a darker complexion to a lighter complexion. Okay, this stuff has, they say, has cancer causing chemicals in it and all of these things. But people are doing this. They are buying these creams. They are buying the bleach. They're doing all of that to become lighter. They're risking their health and everything to. Why? These people know they're not going to be black, but they want to, or excuse me, they're not going to be white, but they want to be a lighter shade of black. Why is that? The reason why that is because colorism is so real, darkism is so real. It's perceived that the lighter you are, you'll have it a little easier in life. Okay. People are not doing that because they think if they bleach their skin, they're going to have a harder life. They're doing it because they think they'll have a easier life. They'll have a better life. That doesn't mean that they're exempt from racism, white supremacy, or that they're exempt from all of the other struggles that we have in general. But it's just to say that I'll be lighter skinned. At least I won't be so black. At least I won't be so black and ugly. And this is how a lot of our people feel. So that's why I say get out of your own way. This is not about attacking any specific race. This is about, again, the mindset that we push in our own community. And people are in such denial. People don't want to admit colorism. They don't want to admit they practice darkism. You will have online, oh, I love chocolate and I love this and that. Honey, the first light skinned girl they see, they come running. Damn, what's up, yellow bone? The dark, oh, she too dark. Man, nah, she too dark for me. Like, I've literally heard dudes say that about girls. Beautiful, nice young ladies. But nah, man, I can't do it. She too dark, man. Like, that's a real thing. And again, I'm not trying to guilt nobody. But honey, you can't change anything you won't address or actually look at. So I'll pass the mic because I've been yapping for a while.
No, it's all good. I know you're passionate about this topic. Um, you know, I bet, you know what I mean? Like, it's real obvious that this affects our women more than it affects the men. I'll be the first to admit that. This, you know, I don't know if men perpetuate it the most. I do.
Can I say this real quick? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. One of the privileges that I feel that people have and that I've observed, even within the education system, in college, that a lot of times the lighter skinned you are, the easier it is for you to get into professional clubs and organizations, and different things like that, and those types of things that will help improve your, trajectory basically
Mm-hmm.
with your career path, whatever field you go
Right.
into. And a lot of times, the light skinned people are actually courted. They're actually, sought out to be in a lot of professional clubs and organizations, where oftentimes the dark skinned people, of course, have to pursue it, and you have to be 10 times as good. And when you look at some of these organizations, you will see that the leaders or the heads of them are typically
Right.
light skinned black people.
I mean, let's go over the definition of the word privilege.
Yeah.
A special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group of people. That's what privilege means, right? Now, we got the brown paper bag test, which was very prevalent back in the day, and something that is still deeply indoctrinated in us. I mean, we just heard this female Hazel E earlier. Let's see, was it last week, talking about the paper bag test and everything else. So, I mean, even though it's not necessarily a thing, it's an unwritten thing. Like, it's something that's ingrained, embedded in our brain. It's something that's indoctrinated and passed down from generation to generation. I mean, you got look at Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks became the face of the movement because she was light skinned, because she wasn't even the first woman to sit down during the bus thing, and this that she wasn't the first person to protest by sitting down to the bus. The first
Right.
person was a dark skinned woman, but she didn't fit the role. So they passed it over
Right.
to the more lighter skinned woman, which was Rosa Parks, and made her the face. So like we can't act like that this don't happen. It hasn't been happening. And to finish what I was saying before, I do agree that colorism affects our sisters more, but I'm not sure that the brothers are the ones who. because
Okay.
because I women are I've heard women is throughout the course of my life really get caught up in the whole skin color thing, like most of the time I hear people talk about burnt and crispy. Most of the time that's a female saying it. I'm throughout the course of my life, I'm just going off what I experienced. Most of the time I've heard females use the term burnt and crispy most of the time. It's just and the whole good hair bad hair thing and everything else, that's mainly females that talk that. Guys don't really get too much into the whole good hair bad hair thing. This, that, and the third. Like, it depends on which angle you're looking at. If you're talking about dating, as far as like looking for a mate or whatever, that third, then yes, the guys will probably be the ones that probably look at more than the
Yeah.
females. But if you're talking about other aspects of it, that's when the females probably perpetuate it more than the dudes. So it depends on which angle you're looking at it. But the privilege is real, and it's something that, again, that's been passed down from generation to generation to generation since slavery. The lighter skinned slaves got treated different, and it's been going on since then. And it's really never stopped. It's just not. It's just more. It's just not as overt as it was back then. It's more covert now, but it's still there. It's something that still exists. The only thing that bugs me is when people act like we're tripping and we're chasing a boogeyman.
Hmm.
It feel like I'm arguing against white supremacy with white supremacy deniers. And it's just like so frustrating when somebody's telling you something isn't there that is there, and it's like they're just deny,
Yeah.
deny, 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 and it's like, how are you not seeing this? And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, but go ahead.
Do you notice that? So I was reading this list of light skin privileges, but do you notice that when shows or movies and things like that, when they portray a black woman in a negative light, which is often, um, but they portray her as, I don't know, scum on the street, it's a crack addict, whatever. Do you notice that damn near all the time the woman is dark skinned?
Would you miss? I missed that last part. Would you say?
I said, do you notice that most of the, well, damn near all the time, women who are playing negative roles on television, a crack addict or whatever the case may be, do you notice how almost all the time those women are dark skinned?
Yeah, yeah, that's real. That's real.
You typically don't see in movies, like, for instance, or TV shows. What's the TV show where I can't think of the name of it? It was like a old show. Uh, it was based off of Baltimore, like the drug situation. It was like, dang, what was the name of that show? I know some of y'all probably know what I'm talking about. Wire, but this preceded, I believe, The Wire. I think, and The Corner. I think that's what it was called, The Corner. Do you remember that show?
No, I never seen it.
Okay. Well, the woman on there was like the mom or whatever, and she was like on crack or this and that, off and on, I think. But I just noticed that when they have black women in those particular roles, types of roles, they're always dark skinned. Anytime it's
Mm,
anything negative, it's anything bad, it's anything whatever,
yeah,
it's a dark
the
skinned
street
black
girl,
woman.
the street girl that the street girl, the thugs little ride or die chick. She always got to be a dark skinned girl or a darker skinned girl. You never see that pretty light skinned girl that's the ride or die chick riding with a thug or something like that in these movies. You don't see that.
Well, it,
If you if the thug is with a light skinned chick, she's probably the innocent one from the suburbs that
right.
just likes bad guys, and she's with the bad guy. She's attracted to the bad guy and everything else. But she's a good girl,
Hmm.
and but that's attracted to the bad. That's how it's depicted if it's a light skinned girl messing with a thug in the movies.
Just like ATL, that's what it was. It was the girl Nunu. You know, she's light skinned from the suburbs, from a privileged background, and she
Exactly.
just wanted to go and hang out with
The bad
you know what I'm
boys.
saying, the low down thugs or whatever in the hood and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And she was fronting or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I mean, it's just something I've really noticed. And it's just automatically dark skinned black women are putting in dark skinned black men, but are put in these roles where it's always something that's downtrodden. Look at just so many films over the years. It's like far too many to name. But it was always the dark skinned who had some major tragedy and some oh Lord, and something went wrong, something was bad in her life, and she had to try to come and overcome it, and she had to try to triumph over. I mean, it's just always some old bull crap. But you see in, the depiction of our people just how it's done. And again, this is not an attack on light skinned people. This is showing you knowledge and showing you the systematic um, impact. That's all. It's not coming at nobody, so please don't feel no type of way. These are some of these things are things you can't deny. You can't deny that black women, whenever it's a negative type of thing, that most of the time is dark skinned black women. People can't deny that. Whether you want to agree with it or not, okay, but for real, when it comes down to it, everybody knows it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows it's true. It's always all bad when, and then even the phrase "pretty for a dark skinned girl." Why does that phrase even exist? And like I said
Yeah.
before, I've heard that plenty of times in my life. Why does that phrase exist?
Because the perception is most dark skinned girls are ugly. So when they see a dark skinned girl that's cute, they shocked. Kind of
Mm-hmm.
like it's just like the perception that black people are dumb. So when they hear an intelligent black person, they like, wow, I'm
Mm-hmm.
shocked you know all this, or I'm shocked you can understand it. You feel what I'm saying? It's the same
Yeah.
thing because the perception is we're all dumb, illiterate, high school dropouts.
Mm-hmm.
And and when they hear somebody who's actually intelligent and graduated and got degrees and everything else, they're shocked. They're a little taken aback, especially if you went to somewhere like one of these Ivy League schools or Harvard,
Yeah.
Princeton or something like that. And you like, I got my doctorate at Princeton or something like that. They take a triple take, like fuck a double take. They take a triple take, like what? You did
Mm-hmm.
what? Who? You really you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like this, but that's how it is though.
Yeah, because that's what I would like to ask people who, have an issue with what we're saying or what we said on the issue. I would like to ask them that. Why does the term pretty for a dark skinned girl exist? Why does that exist? Where did that come from? If colorism is so not that bad or whatever you want to call it, why and people say it. People say it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said though, it's the perception that you know, to be light skinned, you're already going to be pretty. You know, I've seen some, okay, let's be clear, of all shades of black. However, when it comes to light skinned, unattractive points by black men because they have light skin.
True.
So, whereas a black woman who could look exactly the same as them who's just dark skinned, honey, them they wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But because this particular female is light skinned, and the one thing at least they can brag about to other is that she's light skinned. Yeah, my girl yellow, my girl high yellow,
Yep.
my girl a red bone. You know what I'm saying? And that's a like they're happy about that. Like that's, you know, that means the world to them. If they can get a light skinned girl, and especially if they can get a mixed race girl, like just keep it funky. But the reason I said black men are the biggest perpetuators of that is because okay, let me say this first. I get what you're saying about black women. Like yeah, let me check my baby's ears. Like as soon as a lot of black women have a baby, they're checking the baby's ears. They want to see how dark will be. A lot of girls, will mess with particular guys, and get in relationships with them to have babies that are lighter complexion. I've seen that, you know what I'm saying? I've observed it, I've heard it, um, over the years. So I'm not, in denial of that by any means. But when it comes to nation of colorism or really darkism, you gotta put that on the brothers mainly, and not all brothers. Let me be clear. No, not at all. That on the brothers because, like I said, they get bonus points for having lighter skin. They give bonus points for being mixed. And black women do like light skinned guys and stuff like that, mixed guys. But black women also always champion brothers. They always champion dark skinned men. Um, always. So black men are not put down in the way that black women are by black men, because a lot of sisters want that chocolate. They looking for that chocolate. You know what I'm saying? And then other sisters, they
Now
want
they
a
are.
light skinned guy. Huh?
Now they are. Now they are. I'm old enough to remember it was a time where us dark skinned brothers wasn't in style. We was not cornering the market. We was pushed to the back burner. Light skinned brothers got all the play. You know what I'm saying? So I remember those days, like in the '80s. We talking the '80s now. And like by the time the '90s came around, that started to change around a little bit. But yeah, there was a time throughout the course of the '60s, '70s, '80s, '50s, and everything else where light skinned people, light skinned dudes per se, it's still that case in some cases, but it's not as bad as it was back then, I would think. Because I know it's not the same as it was in the '80s. I know the '80s wasn't the same as it was in the '60s. So, it's gotten better as far as the dudes go, as far as like what you're talking about, as far as like finding a mate and everything. So yeah, now that is the case. Now dark skinned brothers are a little bit more in the market now.
Okay, well, I hear you, but I'm just speaking from my perspective of what
Mm-hmm.
I've lived through and seen. You know what I mean? So I understand what you're saying, and I think that now, like you said, sisters are wanting that chocolate more, and then it's other sisters, like I said, who want and or they want mixed race guys because they want their baby to have lighter skin and quote unquote good hair and things like that. So I think it's a mixture going on. And so I think that it's not as heavy on the brothers. Again, not to say that they
I
don't
agree with that.
experience.
I will agree with that. Yes, yes,
Okay.
it definitely affects our sisters more. I agree.
And so when you have brothers who promote they promote light skinned women and put them on pedestals, like eh, it's really detrimental. And I watch sometimes because it's a white boy, but y'all probably have seen it. It's called the channel is DJ Smalls. And he's basically like a Vlad on a lower level. And it's a white boy who basically interviews a lot of the new or up and coming like hip hop people or so-called models, social media models, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, anywho, he has a lot of young black women, or black women on there, and excuse me, they have a lot of black women on there. When they have these urban models or whatever they call them, or these Instagram gram baddies, and the girls are cute or pretty or what have you, shapes and things like that. And when they have the light skinned women on there, and you go and you look through the comments, I mean, first of all, the dudes are so perverted, but when you go and look through, it's like, oh damn, she bad, she this, she that. Her skin is so pretty or blah blah blah. And it's not to say that it's untrue. Girls are very beautiful. So I'm not saying that they're not beautiful or anything. Um, but the way that they speak about them is different, just in reading the comments. And then when he has dark skinned women who are the Instagram baddies or what have you, or Instagram models, the whole vibe is different. And then some of the guys will say, "Oh yeah, I want that chocolate," but then there's other guys who will say things like, "Nah, she too dark for me. That's not my or they will say things like, "Oh, she look good for a dark skinned girl," or things like that. And some will
Mm-hmm.
say just derogatory things in general about dark skinned women, because the woman is on there, no matter what. They'll start dogging her out, calling her all kind of names. Now, mind you, this is just comments on the video. However, I think it's a good example of some of the psychology because these people are leaving how they really feel.
Mm-hmm.
No matter if people want to write it off or not, they really are leaving how they feel because this is basically anonymous to a large degree, leaving YouTube comments. They really feel what they really think about it and keep it pushing. So when you see some of the comments and things, to me, it does show where the mindset of a lot of our people is. But yeah, so if you notice, I don't know if y'all ever heard of Cash Doll. She's a rapper from Detroit, and she's cool. She's a cool rapper, pretty good rapper. I say she's good. I say she's good, and she's dark skinned, chocolate sister, and everything like that. I think she said she's natural all the way. I don't mean hair, because she does wear weaves and stuff, but I don't see her with a lot of outrageous colored hair. She have um typically her hair that's her color, and I watched the thing with her natural hair is so beautiful and thick and long and pretty. But anyway, she does wear a weave that basically looks like how her actual real hair is. But anyway, I think she's pretty much natural as far as in her body, and she's just a beautiful girl. Recently, they gave an award, some kind of Detroit special award, whatever. They gave it to Cardi B. Now, the Cash Doll chick, she been out here for a long time. She's done a lot of things for Detroit. She represents Detroit all the time to the fullest. She's well respected and embraced in Detroit and all of that good stuff. But they had itself a Cardi B who came in and got this award or whatever it was, some recognition or whatever. She's not from Detroit. She don't have nothing to do with Detroit. But Detroit did this for her. This chick has had one song. She's had one song, one song, one one song that got whatever attention or whatever. She's not a good rapper in my opinion. She's whack. Okay, let's keep it 100. Talk, whatever the case may be. All right. Now, everybody put this hoe on a pedestal. When I say hoe, I mean literally. They put her on a pedestal. She came out of the strip club, okay, doing whatever else that she does. She does have a fake butt, all that stuff. But again, the cash doll chick, she doesn't have a fake butt. But see, they will recognize the light skinned person over the dark skinned person, especially when it comes to females, like I said, every time. Every time. So it was a thing the girl was really pissed off. You know what I'm saying? She felt it was really disrespectful that this heifer, this hoe can come in her city and they award her whatever the case may be. And she done had one song. She ain't from no damn Detroit or none of that. And you know, this girl been out here grinding. So anyway, I say all that just to give another example of how when people are trying to do things, I know that's the industry or whatever, but still, it's a good example of how the lighter you are, you don't have to be as talented. You know, when you're dark skinned, when you're dark skinned and you're trying to do something, everything on point. You have to have every single thing on the checklist, honey. Have it all together. Now, when you are lighter skinned and things of that nature, people will work with you. You know what I'm saying? They will overlook certain things because of your complexion. When you're dark, like even when you see these artists, like you look at the girl SZA who released the album, which is really dope. And I like her music. But when you look at this sister writes. She writes for Beyonce and Rihanna and all kind of people. She sings. She can sing very well. She does all kind of other things. Okay, very talented. And she had to have every single thing on the checklist. She has to be a mastermind. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to music, she got to be able to do every single thing. Whereas you'll find somebody else, and if they light and they cute or whatever, oh baby, you ain't got to know that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be the best singer. You don't have to be the best anything. Just be who you are. We'll make you who we want you to be. Okay. But when you dark, honey, shoot, you better come in there on point. That's all I can say. That's your best chance.
Yeah, I mean it's all types of different examples. It's all trickle down effect, and it's not something that like again. I don't want people to conflate this with white privilege because this is something that's only takes place within our community.
Mm-hmm.
Light skin privilege does not exonerate them from white privilege or them experiencing racism or anything like that. That's not what we're saying. I don't want people to, get what we're saying and twist it up. We're not saying that light skinned people don't experience racism. We're not saying that they don't feel the effects of white supremacy the same way as we do. What we're saying is how it affects us within our community and how people
Right.
within our community treats light skinned people different than they treat dark skinned people. Now, again, a lot of light skinned people tend not to see this. I don't know if they intentionally are being willfully ignorant about it. It's kind of hard for me to believe that they don't see it in some type of way. Because it's so a lot of it is so like in your face. But maybe they are that blind. They could be that blind that they just don't see it. But if they lived a year as a dark skinned person, they would notice their life would be a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
It might be subtle. It might be subtle things. Like I said, we're not talking nothing drastic. I'm talking subtle things. I'm not saying a light skinned person is automatically going to have a better job, even though in some cases it could help, depending on what the job is. depending on what the job is. But I'm just saying, like, you're gonna notice subtle changes if all of a sudden you just became dark skinned one day and was stuck like that for a year. You would notice it, and then you would come back and you wouldn't have any issues with what we were saying because you would understand exactly what it is we were saying.
Right. And I was reading some things from the chat room. Um, they was talking about. I think they were talking about. What's the movie Boomerang? Oh yeah, that's what they were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, okay. Halle Berry did play a crackhead.
Yeah.
Give credence to that one.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, in
We
general,
was
like
talking about love interest though. We was talking about love interest, wasn't we?
no, remember when I brought up and I said that pretty much every time you see a black woman in a negative role,
Oh, okay. I got you.
when I was
Got you.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Nate.
yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I will definitely give you that one on Halle Berry. Cause I remember what was that movie where she lost her son or whatever. And
Losing
remember
Isaiah.
yeah, remember she was in the store getting them chips.
Mm-hmm.
Ding, 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 get oh, see, remember the song?
Yeah, and she played the crackhead in New
Remember?
Jack City. New Jack City was the other one.
Yep, she sure did. She sure did. So yeah, I definitely give you that one. But I was just speaking like in general of TV show overall, TV shows, movies and things like that. In general, when you see those type of characters be a black woman, she's typically dark skinned, down to dark skin. Um, but yeah, they were talking about um they were talking about oh man, they had some good stuff they brought up. I think Back to Love said something about most morning radio shows. Absolutely. Do you notice that in as a whatever you call it, DJ or sidekick or whatever, she's almost always like
Mm-hmm.
she's usually mixed or she's some other race altogether. But if she's black, she's definitely light skinned. But you look at the Breakfast Club, you got Angela Yee. You look at what's that other show, the Ebro or whatever, they got some quote unquote Latina or whatever in there.
Yeah.
Um, what's that show, Big Boy out in California? He has some that other girl who's some type of Latina as well. Um, like most of the major,
Corey Holcomb got
like
it. Corey Holcomb got a Mexican. Got
yep,
that darling. She's Mexican.
yep, that just sickens me.
Mm-hmm.
That just sickens me. Claim to be so, I can't stand him. Holcomb. I just do not like him. Like I'm just not down with his comedy style or whatever. Like, and he
Yeah.
does try to crap on black women a lot, you know. And then you sitting up here got this chick, this hood rat heifer that's been run through the ringer with her old behind, and she done been around the world in 80 days. Who used to be what I or whatever, and you gonna pick her up and dust her off and put her on your show. See what I mean? Bull crap like that. You gonna sit up and get this hoe a job, gonna get this hoe a chance, but you're not gonna get one of these sisters out here in the industry or who was an ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or who whatever who's trying to do something with themselves. You're not gonna get one of them. You gonna get this old hoe. you gonna you gonna go dig this old hoe up and give her some new life. That's the type of stuff right there that ticks me off.
Yeah. Okay. What's good, the chief? What's good, Chief? What's good, D Red? What's good, Fran? What's good, Nikki? What's good, brother Jalen? What's
Hey
good, the
y'all.
water? Shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all coming in, chopping it up with us.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I see. What Back to Love just said. Look at the girl who won Miss Texas pageant. Exactly. Oh, and yes, Nikki. What Nikki just said. What made me angry is how they use Remy Ma. Exactly. Now, why when you have some of these shows and stuff, like we talking about these radio shows or these other different shows now that are on social media, pick a black woman who's been a rapper. You got sisters out there like Rod Digger and all kind of other sisters whom I'm sure would love to have a job in doing these types of things. And you look at somebody like a Remy Ma. Remy Ma had to be like she had to be like so gutter and grimy to a degree to get the respect. You know what I'm saying, or to get the
Uh, and she
recognition.
really just started getting it this year.
Yeah, exactly. And she been out a long time. I know she went to prison and everything, but still she had been out a long time. And
Yeah.
you
I
know,
mean, like hip hop heads always showed her love. The
mhm,
true hip hop heads always showed her love. But as far as like mainstream attention, she just started really getting that this year.
yeah,
You know, she's been on some big songs, but she was always like a feature,
right.
like like feature artist on a big, on a big remix. Like they'll remix something and throw it on, and she'll be a part of the remix,
Hmm.
whatever the case may be. But she didn't really get no lyrical accolades to this year, and now look how fast we forgot about Sheetha. Now
Yep.
people can't even can't stop talking about Cardi B now. That's all you
Nope.
hear now. Everything she does is news now.
I
Everything.
can't stand her.
If Cardi B farts on the train, people talk about it for a week.
And then she, you know what I'm saying, and get to this money, and yeah, then like okay, yeah, that's supposed to be cool or cute, whatever the little ghetto hood rat type of thing or whatever the case may be. I guess that's supposed to make her more down to earth or relatable or whatever to a lot of people. And I think she was that at first. Like I did used to laugh at some of her videos and stuff. Like I guess on Instagram, I think a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean not that long, but a little while ago. And I used to crack up at some of them. You know what I'm saying? Because she would be funny. And some of the things that she said, I was thinking about a couple of them. And I thought she was cool. I didn't really. I mean, I never was like really liked her or nothing, but I just thought she was funny on some things. But now, it's like gimmicky. You know what I'm saying? Like a gimmick type thing. With this ghetto talk, and such and such and such. And I was just like, man, whatever, get out of here. You had
Mm-hmm.
one damn song. What else do you have? Girl. And then the damn thing is, I think she or something with Lauren Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. And I'm like, fuck? What the fuck? Like, for real? How in the hell are you even able to be spoken of in the same sentence
Right.
as a Lauren Hill, honorable sister Lauren Hill? But she is, and people loving her. And I'm gonna say this on my brothers too. I love my brothers, and them sisters hyped her up too. But a lot of brothers hype that heifer up, and I don't get it personally. But Cardi, these is blood shoes, whatever. And everybody know the song. I know the song. You know what I'm saying? Is played all the time. It's the song of the summer. Okay, the summer's over. What else do you really have? I think they were saying she just put out a new song or something, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go listen to it. I mean, and again, I don't really dislike her. Like I said, I think she's funny, but it's just that I get sick of these same old routines that they do, and
Yeah,
they put these type of women to the forefront. You know, women who are
not
whores.
a real MC. She's not a real MC.
No,
Remy Ma is a real MC. She actually has bars. She actually knows how to,
fact,
rap, opposed
fact,
to, just trying to look cute and getting a good beat and a hook and just and getting and being on a reality TV show. And like Cardi B is just straight using the cheat code. She's just straight using the cheat code, and she's one of the problems
right.
with hip hop altogether. To be honest with you, just the fact that somebody like her can come out of nowhere and have all these accolades that she has this fast, just goes to show the new low hip hop is going to. You don't even have to have talent. You don't need talent. Just have the look. If you got the look, you're good.
Man, you ain't never lied. Never lied. The whole hip hop industry is disgusting. Like
Mm-hmm.
I do a lot of research on that because that's one of the things in my book. And when you look at, now you have these outlets, of course with social media and all of that changed up in certain ways. Um so you have now people, the different channels that people have different websites and like I said, things on social media. So you have like here on YouTube, you have Complex, and this is a Asian owned company, okay, and they have Complex magazine, okay, and they have multiple channels on YouTube. They got academic to and the other sister, I can't think of her name. They have their little morning show that they have about hip hop or what have you. Now, they did like a behind the scene. Well, he did like yeah, kind of behind the scenes of Complex type tour, whatever. And this is how I came about just knowing all of this or whatever, and who actually runs it and owns it. And so he was like in the office, and he was going and showing all the people that work there and what they do and this, that, and the other. And he was getting ready to go to some event for Jordan. It was like some private where you're selected to come and you get to try out some new Jordans or some new Nikes or whatever, that their prototype, they had a prototype too, that they may come out with, and all this kind of stuff. So dude who's over Complex, he got an invite, and so he kind of stunting on there. It's an Asian dude, and when he went around the office, there was literally one black man. I saw literally one black man who worked like behind the scenes for real, and who do that type of thing. Everybody else was white and Asian. And you had some kind of Cablinasian or some kind of damn racially ambiguous there. This one girl in there. And so yeah, and I'm just like, look at how much black people have sold out hip hop. You feel me? You got this Asian dude over here who's supposed to be the kingpin, basically, of this empire, who's running all of this. This dude is living a life. He's fairly, he's young. He's living a life. He's getting to do what he want to do. Private events, this, that, and the other, getting all kind of recognition. And black people flock to Complex. Black people be all up on that channel. They be all supporting that magazine or whatever the case may be. And it just really disgusts me to see what hip hop has really come down to. It's just very commercialized. It's just so inauthentic. Um, and these people can make a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like when you said about Remy Ma, like she has bars, like she has real actual talent as an MC. No, now they take these little young dudes, Smoke Perp and Little Pump and all these little boys, and they take them and they can make them this new big rap hero. And these people don't know a damn thing. They don't they don't even know what they saying. And then the other thing too that I'm seeing a lot, and this makes me sad for the younger generation, that they don't understand this and they haven't really, I guess, had nobody to break this down to them. But
Mhm.
you have these boys now who are towing the line. So what I mean by that is they're these racially ambiguous boys and females as well, but a lot of more racially ambiguous type of people who are coming into the hip hop industry taking from the black side because they supposed to be so down with black people, excuse me, because they supposedly black or whatever the case may be. But they're taking all of that from the black side, from the black community, from what we do, from what we say, our style, our swag, all of that. And then they're taking it and transferring it to the white side. You know what I mean? So they're a connector between the two. And so if you look up these people like Little Pump, now mind you, some of these people purposely try to look racially ambiguous. Like they try to look like they got, you know what I'm saying? Like they may be part black, but a lot of these boys are straight up white. Look up, look up Little Pump, look up Little Pump, look up this other guy named Russ. Um, oh my gosh, it's so many. And my mind kind of went blank. It's so many, y'all. It's so many. And when you look up these dudes, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Dude named 6ix9ine. If some of y'all know who I'm talking about, but I mean the chat. I think it's 6ix9ine. Now this dude is a Mexican. Listen to this. This is how low this stuff has got. Promoting no gang culture or none of that. But you got this dude named 6ix9ine. He has a song called Gummo, Gummo. Mexican. He's got rainbow colored hair. Rainbow colored hair. He did a video where he was with all of these bloods. Was it bloods or anyway? I think it was bloods. But he did a thing where he was a video where he was with all of these bloods, all of these bloods. Now this fool sitting up there with all of this tattoos on his face with rainbow colored hair. We all know what the rainbow represents. And he's a damn Mexican. He rapping talking about niggas, nigga in his song. Black dudes and patting them on the back, rocking with them, hanging with them, supporting them. That's my boy. I'm down with him.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, this fools like that are able to come in and infiltrate. How the hell is this dude able to sit up here and push this gang stuff, you know, for people to see? And he's sitting up here with rainbow color hair, and he's a Mexican, and he's calling people niggas, and he's blowing up. He's blowing up. People flocking to his music like nothing else, and he's able to do all of that. And black folk love it. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
People lost.
These are damn Mexican doing this. And you know how Mexicans feel about black people.
Yeah.
And y'all sitting up here and he got damn all of this. He looked crazy as hell. And he's sitting up there with some damn rainbow hair. And then there was something said about like he's a hey, if I give you this link, would you be able to play this? It's like 2 minutes.
Um, I might be able to. I might have to do some things. What was it?
If you can't, that's okay.
What was
It's
it?
It's the guy I'm talking about, 6ix9ine.
Uh, do we have to watch it, or is it something we could just listen to?
No, something to watch. That's I want y'all to see him.
All right, send me the link.
Okay, if you can't though, no problem.
All right.
If it's too, what I'm saying, if it's too difficult, technical, too many technical difficulties, don't worry about it. Because I'm gonna put
All
it in
right.
the chat as well. But I
Okay.
want y'all to see this so bad. I really want y'all to see this. This is what we dealing with. This is what we dealing with. And the young black people is sitting up supporting. They sitting up supporting fools like this. And he taking from you. He hanging with you so he can take from you. And then turn right around and call you a nigga. This fool sitting up here with this damn purple man and the rainbow stuff in his mouth. Yeah, he's hanging with all these bloods,
Mm.
gang signs, and where they do this at? Like, what the hell? And got all this weed and all these bags of weed and on the thing. Why y'all incriminating yourself? I don't get this stuff. All these guns to look cool or whatever it's supposed to look like some damn fools
Hmm.
out here for this funky white boy.
Yeah, that's how people are, man. Our people always giving white people a pass. They think, non-blacks, period. I shouldn't even just say white.
Mm-hmm.
Non-blacks, period. They're always giving them a pass. They think it's cool. They think they
Yep.
damn. Yo, he cool as hell. Yo, he be running. That shit cool. He cool, man. Leave him alone, man. He cool, man.
Yep.
He
They
one
be
of
like, leave
us.
me alone.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Our people need to wake up and get off that foolishness.
But yeah, this is who's running hip hop. These are the new people taking over hip hop. These are the new people taking over, and yeah, and they're being accepted. They're being welcomed in. It's okay, and they cool. They down to earth white boys. But the white boys do the same thing every time. Look at Kid Rock.
Yeah.
Do you know do you know anything about him lately?
I remember he said something a few weeks ago, something in support of Donald Trump or something like that or whatever. I forgot exactly what he said, but he said some racist stuff. I forgot. You remember exactly what it was?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I was gonna look it up to see. But basically, he's somebody. He has a baby by a black woman. He has a baby by a black girl.
Mm.
He running around here with all these black people, and he was from Detroit, and he's so cool. He's so down. He a cool ass white boy, and all of those stupid stuff. And honey, this dude flipped like a pancake. He didn't never really flip because that's how they are. They just lay around and they suck up off of us. You know what I'm saying? They suck up our energy, like our swag, our attitude, you know, our energy, everything about us. They lay and suck all of that up. And then when it's time to, they flip the script on you. It never fails. It never fails. And black folk always end up with the short end of the stick.
Always.
He I'm trying to get him now. He made some comments and things. And then it's like a lot of these guys, um, that flip and become like these conservatives or whatever. Okay, so he said, let's see, I'm pulling it up. Second, Kid Rock concert, Charlottesville delivers Jim Crow message. He said, okay, I'm gonna read this real quick. Amid the current strife born of racist torch marches and debate about the racist history in our midst, extravaganza is absolutely nuts. This is going to be an article from USA Today, and it's about Kid Rock and I guess after that Charlottesville situation. I think that's when he made his comments. When the Ilch family, I guess is how you say it, when the Ilch family's Olympia Entertainment Division chose former Kid Rock to christen Little Caesars Arena, a new restaurant, it sent a message to the Detroiters who made the project possible and who have yet to see the benefits promised. It's a message that's not too far off. There are signs warning that blacks aren't welcome. Negro go home. That's what it feels like, at least. And for weeks, I've been struggling to come up with an alternative. Less wounding interpretation, but how can I? This is a musician who got rich off crass cultural appropriation of black music, who used to wrap his brand in the Confederate flag. Yep. A symbol of a symbol inextricably linked to racism, no matter what its defenders say, and who has repeatedly issued profane denouncements of the very idea of African Americans pushing back against American inequality. Just last week, he trashed Colin Kaepernick, the former San Francisco 49ers quarterback, down because he dared challenge the nation's racism with a silent kneeling protest during the pre-football games singing of the national anthem. Having Kid Rock open this arena is erecting a sturdy middle finger to Detroiters, nothing less. And the Ilches who've done so much for this city and also taken so much from it should be the last to embrace that kind of signaling. This isn't about music and whether Kid Rock is any good. Lots of people can argue legitimately about that. It's about culture, our culture in our city. This is a place of incredible rich diversity of immigrants and native peoples and the descendants of slaves, rich in history but resilient and powerful in our determination for a bright future. I love America. I love Detroit and I love black people. Kid Rock said in 2011. NAACP, y'all, gave him an award.
Hmm.
He gave $50,000 to Detroit based organizations. Yeah, he wrote that off. Anyway, purportedly
That's
in
what
the
they
hope
do. They
that,
buy the awards.
right. Yep. He gave
Same
50.
thing with Donald Sterling. Same thing with Donald Sterling, the former owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, who was calling all the NBA Magic and all the other NBA players niggers and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Got nominated for 2 NAACP awards. The
Yep.
NAACP is a joke.
Oh yeah, that's just cool central. Central. But yeah, so he gave $50,000 to Detroit-based organizations, purportedly in hopes that he changed some of his antics. While he did, while the positive publicity lasted. But Kid Rock's actions, the symbols he chooses, and the stance he favors, the dog whistle racism about Kaepernick, the twisted nods to the Confederate flag as a symbol of American pride, are incompatible with the pro Detroit platitudes he sometimes mouths. This is a man who was exploitive of the city's population, not a man who was for Detroit and Detroiters. It's hurtful, it's disrespectful, and in the context of the current national racial strife, born of racist torch marches of presidential and of a prolonged debate about the presence of racist history in our midst. I think Kid Rock extravaganza at a new Detroit arena is absolutely nuts. I can admit to having just come to this position on this issue lately. Back when Kid Rock was announced as the arena's opening act, it bugged me, but didn't register as much more than an annoyance. Then Charlottesville happened, and then the President of the United States tried to muddy the national conversation on race by indulging false equivalences between violent white supremacists and those who fight back against them. And through it all, Kid Rock's top billing at the arena opening began to chafe even more. Then he opened his mouth. At a concert a few weeks ago while performing the song Born Free, he broke into the lyrics to declare F. Colin Kaepernick. Something, what? F. Colin Kaepernick? Oof. Anyway, he said F. Colin Kaepernick. Something he has done, it turns out. So he said that a lot in concerts, I guess, since Kaepernick first started kneeling in the fall of 2016. There are certainly reasonable people who object to Kaepernick's chosen vehicle for protest, the flag and the anthem, but Kid Rock's reaction is not a reasoned objection. It's just an ignorant and racist sentiment couched in all shucks patriotism, precisely the type of thing that has characterized so much of his career. Back when he used to incorporate the Confederate flag in his performance, he said he never flew that flag with hate in my heart. He said he never flew that flag with hate in my heart. That doesn't even make sense, but it speaks to the power of his commercial cynicism. Play to the bigots who'll cheer the explicit signaling, pretend the rest of the world that is just about feeling good about America, as if you can evoke the most racist parts of American culture without being stained by them. That hypocrisy also echoes in Kid Rock's musical evolution. Okay, so I'm jumping over all that. Um, I'm trying to see was there anything else. Um, so basically, he was able to do this 6 night concert, I guess, event, and opening Little Caesars Arena in Detroit. He was chosen to be the person to open it, and the family behind it, the white folks behind it, of course, they're corrupt. So it goes into talking about them and him, his connection with them. But basically, he said F. Colin Kaepernick. He said a lot of things that are pro-Trump. He's definitely pro-Trump. He's pushed a lot of really racist rhetoric out there, and so it just goes to show you, people think that when you have these mixed children, and they think that when the person likes hip hop, that's what kills me. Is black folk will think because a white person likes hip hop, that makes them cool.
Right.
That makes them not racist. Are you out of your damn mind? Because somebody like hip hop, that means they're not racist.
Yeah.
Thirsty. We that thirsty and desperate for white acceptance and attention.
That's exactly what it is. Thirsty as hell just for white acceptance. We'll do anything for it. We will do anything for it. We not well. The coons will. They will do anything for it. They are so thirsty. They want it so bad. We marched for it in the '60s. We bitch it. We fight for it now. And people voted for Donald Trump for white acceptance. Like this, it's insane. It's insane the mentality some of our people have, and how socially ignorant a lot of our people have. I mean, a lot of people are. I oh man, I recently just saw something that was disturbing from somebody. I'm gonna leave nameless. Got into a heated discussion. A Christian got into a heated discussion with a Hebrew,
Mm-hmm.
and Hebrew asked him, what do you think about blonde hair? I think they was debating on pretty much whether or not the white man is Esau. I think that was the debate, right? So they were going back and forth about this, and he asked them, what do you think about blonde hair? And the black Christian said, I think blonde hair is a blessing.
Mm.
He really said that he thought blonde hair was a blessing. And then he turned around and said white people was made in the image of God.
Ooh.
And he was laughing at the black Jesus on the pictures.
Yeah.
And it's like, what he was ready to call the police on the Hebrews and all this and I'm like, yo, what is going, like, yo. Like what? Like
Wow.
seriously? Like is it that? Like what are you doing? Like what are you doing? I don't care if you disagree with these Hebrews on a biblical level. I don't care if you disagree with their interpretations of the Bible or how they exegesis this shit. How the hell are you going to fix your mouth to say these things? And how are you going to police on them when they ain't doing nothing but sitting up here speaking their own word? What? I don't. Yo, I can't with some of these people. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, what?
And I'm an atheist saying this. I'm an
Yeah.
atheist. How? What is going on here?
But
Yeah.
think about it, because I was literally thinking about this like yesterday, I think, or earlier today. But anyway, recently I was thinking about this. How, let's say you go in a black community, but more so, I want to put it like a whole black area, like a whole black city or town or something like that, and or state or country. It doesn't matter. But you go through anywhere where it's a lot of black people who live in this area, and go through and look at their deity or what have you that they uphold. And just imagine walking through all these different homes, which we notice exist, and you see white Jesus hanging on all of these walls. Oh, and you going house to house and you seeing white Jesus, white Jesus, white Jesus. And then, because my question would be, and this is something I want to ask a black Christian, why does Jesus look like that?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Jesus look like you? Why is it that Billy or Sarah, they can look at this supposed picture of Jesus and they can see themselves in him?
Mm-hmm.
Is it that for black people, that's not the same thing? Why does Jesus look like that? I would love to hear their explanation for that.
Yeah. I,
Jesus
well,
looks
most
like
of them tell
Billy and
you, but
Sarah,
they'll tell
but
you,
he
they'll
doesn't look
lie
like
to
you.
you. They'll lie to you, and they'll tell you the same thing that white people tell you whenever that topic comes up, and they'll tell you Jesus' color doesn't matter, his ethnicity doesn't
That's
matter.
bull.
He
That's
he
bull.
he was here for everybody, and this, that, and the third, and blah blah. They'll beat you in the head with that crap. Pretty much they're pretty much stirring the teacup, stirring the teacup. Go back to sleep.
Yep.
Go back to sleep. There's nothing to see here. Like this, that, third. Like we're gonna stop playing. We're gonna stop playing. If Jesus' ethnicity didn't matter, you wouldn't have people up here laughing at when they see black Jesus on in a picture. They wouldn't be sitting up here defending white Jesus so hard. Like we're gonna stop playing these games, acting like Jesus' ethnicity means nothing. Like that like you being a staunch Christian your whole life, growing up seeing this image on the wall, on your grandmother's wall of white Jesus, didn't do something to you,
Mm,
didn't make you think that blonde hair was a blessing. It's the reason why people are running around here screaming blonde hair is a blessing, because they grew
wow.
up looking at white Jesus. So obviously if Jesus got dirty blonde hair, it must be a blessing.
That's right.
Right.
He got blue eyes,
Yeah, exactly.
blonde hair, blue eyed. What did Malcolm blonde hair, blue eyed devil?
Exactly.
There, he ripped that up though. Remember the scene when he was in the prison in the
Mm-hmm.
church, the little chapel thing in the prison.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's,
I can't
it's
remember
man.
exactly what he said word for word, but he said something about a blonde hair, blue eyed devil.
Mm-hmm.
But
That,
yeah, I mean, um, I really want to ask some. I really, 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 really want to ask some Black Christians that, especially some Black Christian women, some Why do you have what? Not why do you have, but Jesus look like that? Why doesn't Jesus look like you?
Right.
Why does he? Why can Billy and Sarah go and see themselves in Jesus? They can go and have this white, blonde, blue-eyed person hanging up on their wall, of them or reflection of each other, whatever. And are we supposed to be a reflection of him? So they can see themselves literally as a reflection of him, particular features and their race and all that. But then why Miss Shirley, this is a random black woman, Miss Shirley, why can't you see yourself physically in this Jesus? Why doesn't he reflect you
Right.
like he reflects Billy and Sarah? I just want to really know that because when you think about it on that level, like it's sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's to the point where it's really sad for real. Like,
I mean, they will defend white Jesus. Like
mm,
I sit up here, I listen to these black Christians attack the Hebrews. They mask it as they're attacking them because they don't agree with their biblical scholarship. Okay, that's one thing. I can okay, that I don't got no dog in that fight. That's between y'all. And but they that's what they say, and then they'll say, well, I attack them because they racist. All right, well, I don't view them as being racist, but that's how you view it. Okay, but they mask it as all this, but actually they defending white Jesus.
hmm
Defending white Jesus because the Hebrews are specific in saying that the Hebrews was not white. The white people was Esau, and that's what got Christians going batshit crazy. They're defending. That's what they riding so hard for. They are sitting up here doing the white man's bidding, and people love it. White people love to see they love it.
yeah,
They eating it up, and it's like,
oh
and
yeah,
I'm sitting up here like, like, bruh, like you gotta have some pride. You got some pride back there, don't you? Tell me you got some black pride back there. Like you do realize what this looks like, right? Like how this is like you do realize this, especially this, saying the things that you're saying. Like you got to understand what the image you putting out here. Like you cooning. It's no other way of putting it. You're cooning. And
exactly. They, I mean, okay, think about this on a basic level. These people got our minds gone. You have a whole population of people, and not everybody, y'all. So when I say whole population, I'm like over exaggerating, really. But in general, you have a whole population of black people who worship a white Jesus, whom are Christians, whom were given the Bible by a white man,
yeah,
and they still honor and uphold that religion, those religious beliefs, and that image of God.
right,
And this was given to you, it was beat into you. And I'm not a Bible basher. I'm not going against the Bible. I think the Bible has a lot of practicality and things that you can use and apply to your life. I have no problem with people's own, personal, religious or spiritual beliefs or preferences. I think it's something that's personal, for that person. You don't have to stick to this particular thing. However, in just talking about, the Bible or whatever, while it has, like I said, a lot of practicality, I'm speaking in terms of person, these people gave you this book, and we should really be examining that.
mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you examine a book that your enemy gave to you? Because as much as talk about the Bible existed before this and that, listen. Nobody came over here with a damn Bible. Okay. The people that were brought here was some here and it was some brought here. Those who were brought here did not have no damn Bibles. They were shackled. No personal, oh, hold on, let me go get my Bible. No. And then furthermore, the Bible wasn't being produced at that time like that. That's another thing I've always asked these people. So how did people have the Bible like person in their personal possession? Because it wasn't being printed like it is today. So how did people know all of this stuff about the Bible and all of this? And people say, oh well, they had to go to church and this, that, and the other. But whatever the case, people didn't have randomly have Bibles like that at that time.
Right.
Well, you know what I mean? So nobody came here with no damn Bible. Like, let's just keep it funky. That's my thing. Just tell the truth about it.
Every other
Nobody came here with a Bible.
and every other
Therefore,
everybody's deity and every other ethnicity looks like them. Let's go look through the history, study everybody's ethnicity and what religion they follow, and then go look and see what they deity look like, and it's going to resemble them, except for American black people.
mm-hmm.
That we going to stop like that's because we have been indoctrinated and we refuse to let it go. And it's like it's like again it's a lost cause trying to discuss that, but like it's just the reality of the situation though. It's the reality of the situation. We have been indoctrinated and refuse to let it go, and we are holding on tight, like and to what the white man taught us too, because well, you got the Hebrews who put their own spin on the Bible, and black people were rejecting it like, oh well, I don't. Well, I feel like this: if you're black and you're following the Bible, you might as well be a Hebrew. You might as
Mm-hmm.
well be a Hebrew. At least it's our own version of the Bible. I can at
Right.
least expect that more than you following the slave master's version of the Bible.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, because I'm sorry, I guess I got a problem hearing black Christians ride so hard on these Hebrews. Like, it's like, what are you defending here? Because
Mm,
you're defending white people. It's no other way of putting it. You're defending white people. That's what you're
yeah.
doing. You could try to mask it as something else all you want, but ultimately that is what you're doing. You are defending white people.
Yeah. And that's my thing is like, why are people unwilling to re-examine this? Like I said, nobody came here with a Bible. That means that for our particular community who basically were, enslaved on this land or what have you, those of us who are descendants from quote unquote slaves, prisoners of war, okay,
Mm-hmm.
those of us who descend from that, our ancestors did not come here with a Bible. They were given Bibles. They were allowed to attend service. Okay. They were allowed to attend church or what have you um, on Sundays, and that's something that they were allowed to do. Now, I've asked people this before and they never answered me either, which is that why would people who are oppressing you, brutalizing you, using you, exploiting you, why would they want to give you something to help you? Why would they want to give you something that is so powerful and productive? And I'm not saying again that the Bible is invaluable, but I'm just saying, why would they give you something like that?
Right.
And the thing about it is,
It was
in
so
my opinion,
powerful. If it's so powerful and we're truly
right,
the chosen people and this, that, and third, why would they give us back a book that we obviously didn't come there with? If
right,
anything, they would try to distance us from that book and
that's
keep
right,
us confused and lost. Why, I mean, we'll be lost in the desert for forget for 40 years. We'll be lost for 4,000 years
right,
if that was the case. But obviously they didn't believe that, and obviously they didn't, this, that, and the third. So Why would they give us that book?
And exactly, and this is what I've asked people as well, or not necessarily asked, but this is just something I feel as well, which is um the most consistent thing, and this is just facts. These are just facts right here. The most consistent institution within the so-called Black community is the church.
Mm-hmm.
It is the, most historic institution that we have had. And why is it that we've been allowed to continue to have church? Why is that something that they let us do or be a part of? Because anytime we try to do something else outside of the box, Black Wall Street, any other number of cities they've done that to. When you look at Marcus Garvey's repatriation movement, when you look at, in more modern times, the Black Panther Party and how they were destroyed and infiltrated, trying to do things to pull up Black people's bootstraps to improve our own communities. Every time we made any moves on any real collective level to do something about improving our community, they destroyed it. They killed the people involved. They exiled you. They locked you up. They did whatever to do to take you out. But one thing has always remained, and that's the Black church.
Yep.
That church has weathered the storm for all these different Black movements we have had over the centuries. That
Why is it that white people only want to deal with black people that go through the church? Like it's
that's right,
always a pastor they always want to talk to, always got to speak for us. It's always a pastor speaking for us. It's always
right.
somebody who's heavily involved in the church. Why is that? Why
And
do
yes,
we have to be involved in the church in order for white people to deal with us? Think about it. And not to
exactly.
mention, I just saw a video today that white people kicking some black people out of their church because they had on a Black Lives Matter shirts on.
Ow.
They had on some Black Lives Matter shirts on, and the white people kicked them out of their church. You are
Now,
not going to come in here and taint our sanctum with white Jesus up here with your Black Lives Matter garbage. Get out of our church.
I mean, exactly. And the thing about it is, it just doesn't make sense. It just, like you were saying, every time something happens, they running out these pastors and they call it the faith leaders. They'll be like, we're going to have faith leaders come out and speak and deal with the people and address the people. That's what they always do. They always got some Black minister or whatever who comes out there. I remember with the Baltimore uprisings, when was that, 2 or 3 years ago or what have you? That's they was pushing it. It was that big heavy set man. Did he die or something? I don't know. But anyway, I seen him around a lot. And he is one of the people that they call out when it's something like that, some riots or something coming, going on, and he's coming out calling for peace and peaceful protests and this, that, and the other. So you see how these people of faith, quote unquote, are utilized within the system of racism, white supremacy, in order to get Black people in check, in order to get Black people in line and to stay in line. This is why the faith leaders will be the ones who survive, who make it, versus other leaders, people like Martin Luther King Jr., people like Fred Hampton, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr., people like that, will be destroyed, will be eliminated. Even though Malcolm X was a religious man in terms of, um, his belief and him being a Muslim and all of the above. However, within his own religion, it was empowered. You know what I'm saying? He was empowered in his religion. He wasn't weakened in his religion. He wasn't cowering within his religion because he spoke about, hey, honey, an eye for an eye. a tooth for a tooth, honey. This ain't no hold on. Need no bloodbath, and that's what he was really pushing for, was to gain a higher level of militancy and connection with Black people throughout the diaspora. So he understood that very well. So to me, his faith didn't necessarily impede him like a lot of other people beliefs. Let their faith or their religion or whatever impede them. To me, not Marcus Garvey, but to me, Malcolm X didn't really do that. And Marcus Garvey is an example of that as well. But yeah, so they love to have these quote faith leaders come out here, get these niggas in check,
Mhm.
get these niggas together. That Reverend uh, Reverend Jesse Jackson and Reverend Al Sharpton and all these people. And these people are simply pawns. They're just used, they're paid, highly paid, well paid pawns and coons whose job is to keep Black people in check, to help to maintain the status quo while appearing to create some type of change or some type of progress for Black people.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we
here's
just
some of
got
that.
finished getting on the NW. We just got finished getting on the NAACP. Who mainly runs the NAACP? Religious folk.
Yes,
Religious folk are they the main ones who run the NAACP. Actually, I'm willing to bet they all religious. I'm willing to bet they all go to church every Sunday. Don't miss church one bit. Like so, yeah. I mean, and again, I'm just drawing up. I'm just drawing y'all up the big picture of things and just allowing y'all to see. Again, just like when they was just saying, and I said earlier, every time somebody has to come out and speak for Black people, like and be the voice of Black people, usually that person has the word reverend in front
yep,
of their name. They
yep,
usually had the word reverend. Think about that for a second. Just think about that for a second, family.
that's right. That's right. That's exactly true. So I don't understand when we will kind of get that and get that to click in our minds because and I've had some knockdown, drag out like arguments or whatever with people on some of these things. But like for instance, look, you can go to any, I don't care, community, any Black neighborhood, because I know people say we don't have communities, but whatever, any Black neighborhood across this country, okay, especially in any major city, and you are going to find hella churches, okay? Hella churches. You're not going to be able to go too many blocks without coming across one, two, three churches, okay? Um, now, imagine these churches were actually connected and able to be utilized to bring Black folk together. So when something go down, some things we need to do, we need to address. All of these churches across the country are mobilized, are connected, so that we have an ability to get information to one another to make certain decisions racially or what have you. Power that could be in that. But that would never be because it's already been set up and rigged to keep things, like I said, to maintain the status quo. It's not about Black empowerment. It's not about Black people, rising up. Now, if the church was doing something like that, I'm down. I'm all for it. I'm in there, in the front row. If it was really about moves, I mean, making moves and getting Black folk together like that. And my other thing is with as many churches as we have in Black neighborhoods all across this country, we shouldn't have nobody homeless. We shouldn't be having nobody hungry. You feel me? Why are people homeless when there's churches in the community?
Right.
Why can't the people sleep in the churches? And I know some churches do that,
Yeah,
but
some
it's
do.
so many churches? Why are there so many homeless people? And that's not saying you can accommodate everybody. You feel me? But why are there these churches not being really utilized for what is needed to be utilized for, which is to truly help the people, not to line the pastor's pockets and the pastor's wife's new hats,
Yeah,
and people can spend their money how they see fit. But I'm just saying, imagine the ability to mobilize based upon the church, and imagine that the church was able to actually fit the needs and fulfill the needs of the community, of the people.
yeah, yeah. It's yeah, Garvin's right. They actually did form the NAACP in the church. So and I actually I'm not surprised because it started back in the early 1900s and most black people in the early 1900s was Christian. Like
Mhm.
good. Let's see, I'm willing to bet just about all was Christian. This is before this is before we started repping Muslims. This is before you ain't really have no Hebrews around. You had some, but not enough to even put a dent in anything. It was a speck within the community. The commandment keepers, that's like a speck in the community. Like a lot of people didn't even know they existed, and probably thought they was crazy at the time. Just like you think if you think people think they crazy now, imagine how they thought back then. They probably really thought they was nuts.
Mhm.
So yeah, like that was just the atmosphere of what it was. So that's why I always bug out when people say, "Well, you shouldn't like this person because that person was Christian, that person was Christian, that person was Christian, that person was Christian." Everybody back then was Christian. Name me a black
Right.
person back
Thank
then that
you.
wasn't Christian. You can't name me one black person back then who wasn't Christian. We was all indoctrinated. We was all
Thank you.
let's talk about how they became Christian. That's what I
They
want to
don't
talk
want to
about.
talk about that.
How they became Christian.
Thank you. That's exactly what I be saying when people be like, "Yeah, well, they was well back in the day." Yes, because everybody was Christian. You didn't have no choices for no damn religion.
Exactly.
Like, oh, I'm a Buddhist. You know what I'm saying? That stuff didn't become about until later on down the line,
Exactly.
where people became a little bit more aware of other, groups or whatever. But in general, like the so-called Negro people, honey, people were Christians. Okay,
That's just what it was. Pre 1950, mostly all Black Americans was Christian. And
that's
actually,
right.
I probably could say before 1960. But I mean, there was other things. Like the nation has formed already, and they was coming up,
Mhm.
but they was small. The nation
Right.
didn't blow up until the nation really didn't pick up steam until the 60s. To be honest with you, like there was a blip on the screen throughout the up to like the late 50s, early 60s. So like
Mhm.
that's when they really started, like membership really started to take off. So like yeah, again, like before 1950, mostly all black people were Christians.
Man, yeah. I mean, so yeah, most people were Christian, and I just my thing is that again, I don't have anything against the church. I don't have anything against any of that. It's helped a lot of people. It's helped a lot of people get off drugs and do things more productive in their life. Acknowledge that. That's not a small feat. That's not a small thing. And for a lot of people, it's giving them comfort. You know, um, religion is giving them comfort. I'm not one of those people who just gonna sit there and be like, yeah, well, no, like I understand. I understand, and I have compassion because I understand my own self. You know what I'm saying? And things that I've gone through, and you're like praying on it. You're like, you know, you really hoping on some help from above. And I understand all of that. I understand the concept of everything and what it means for people and what it feels like for people. But at the same time, we have to examine some things. So my thing will be, after all of this time, what has the black church produced?
Yeah,
I'll
it's
wait.
kind of
What has it produced for the community? Like, what is it?
hope.
And mind
It
you, I'm
produced
not
hope.
saying that people don't,
It produced hope. That's what it produced.
that people
That
don't.
didn't get us but so far, obviously, but that's what it produced.
Now, I'm not saying that they, people don't get fed and certain things like that and coat drives and stuff. Like, I'm not saying that those things don't happen. So on any type of major level,
But yeah, like major scale.
yeah, what has the church done? How has it furthered our community? I think that's a better question. How has it furthered the community? Because when I say what have it done, like I said, people can easily say, "Oh, well, these churches feed people and they do this and that." So, what has it done to us?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean it's a legit question. It's a legit question. Like you said, they could tell you small thing on a small scale how to help. Maybe a few churches, because not I can't say all. Maybe a few churches in some
Yeah,
communities was able to help locally or whatever, and that's cool. I'm not I'm
right.
not going I'm not going to kill that or nothing or whatever. But that again, if we talking on the grand scale of things, it really hasn't done anything on the grand scale of things. What has the church really done? And really nothing. Like again, it provided hope for people. If that's what if
Hmm.
that's I mean I guess I really should underestimate hope though, because a lot of our people need that.
And
Unfortunately, we need. I don't mind hope if you got hope if you're hoping for the right things. I don't think churchgoers is hoping for the right things. Like you see a lot of these churchgoers embrace and endorse this white Jesus, and they think blonde hair is blessings, and they think white people. They think God is made. White people is made in God's image, and all this whole other craziness. So like that's not going to better us because they're running around here thinking they're cursed. That's pretty much what they're saying. They're saying they're cursed.
yep,
They're saying that white people are blessed and you're not. That's what you're telling me. If you're telling me
yeah,
blonde hair means you're blessed, that means you're not blessed.
that's right.
That means you're cursed.
That's right.
And that means you're embracing a religion and a doctrine that's telling you you're a cursed individual.
Damn, damn, that's so real. That's deep, and I mean that's heavy, and I mean that's just the truth. That's what it is. Because a lot of it's like this is what makes me upset. It's like black people, we gotta have this stigma on us. You know what I'm saying? It's like we gotta have this carry on us that's so downtrodden, and what I mean by that, I don't. Let me see how I put this. I mean from like an inside perspective that we're cursed, like you just said. Because
Mm.
I've heard people talk about in the Bible, what is it?
I forget the scripture
The black people, they say the black people,
of
yeah,
Ham.
yeah, Hamites or something.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about that. I'm not really into all that. But
Mm.
a lot of people believe that.
Yeah.
And so if you're blessed, then we're cursed. And they really see black or white people, excuse me, superior as being blessed. And
Right.
um ourselves as being cursed, and oh, we've done all of these awful things. That's another thing I can't get around with the Hebrew belief system or doctrine. We done all these bad things, that we were sacrificing uh children or whatever, and we was doing all of this stuff, disobeying. We wanted to be like other nations. So wait a
Mm.
minute. Why are our infractions judged so much more harshly, that we have to endure for centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries of time? And you have a group of people who have ravaged this entire planet. people who have ozone layer, people who have caused so many animals to go extinct, people who have raped, robbed, and pillaged, everywhere. And they're not judged to the same standard that we are.
Right.
And we were sacrificing babies or we were sacrificing children. What? And so, because this is something that our supposed ancestors did however long ago, now we're supposed to be judged by that, be mistreated. But I thought you judged by your own works. I thought you were judged by your own actions.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is it? Because that's what I be asking people too. Are we judged by what we do? Because if we're being punished because of what our ancestors did, then how does that work? I'm being punished because of what my ancestors did, but yet I'm gonna be judged at the end of my life by what I did.
That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense. We
What?
being,
Wait.
and we being judged on ancestors. We unsure who they actually are. We don't
Yeah.
know. We don't even know what tribe we from originally. So we don't even know what ancestors we. What our ancestors. Well, if you go biblically, I guess we're Hebrews. If you go by the Hebrew doctrine, if you go by somebody else's doctrine with something else, you go by something else. So like we're confused. We don't know who our ancestors are really. It's not like like Europeans can pinpoint where their ancestry is. We
Right.
can't. You understand?
Exactly.
So, but we punish though.
We're punished.
That makes a lot of sense.
We're awful, y'all. We the scum of the earth. We were sitting up sacrificing children. We wanted to be like other nations, y'all. We were trying to be like other nations, so and we was disobeying, so we had to shut it down.
Madness.
You know what I'm saying? That's bull crap. I'm sorry, in my opinion. This is just me. No, disrespect to anybody else who feels that, but it's bull crap because it places this burden and this guilt on black people. It
Mm-hmm.
places us as being less than everybody else.
Right.
And, that's something that I have a real problem with, because it feeds into that whole thing of black self hate.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be self hating because, at the end of the day, we are cursed. At the end of the day, our ancestors did all of these awful things.
Yeah. And
So now,
don't talk to me about black on black crime. This was written in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? We cursed. We cursed. We we didn't follow the laws and everything else. It's that and the
right,
third. Like yeah, whatever. Oh no, what's the Hebrew say? We cursed because we turned our backs on Jesus,
right,
and now we being punished for turning our backs on Jesus or whatever. Yeah, yeah. It, again depends on what doctrine you're following. It's all
exactly.
craziness. It's just a way just to point the finger at something. God point
Yep,
the finger at something. Instead of pointing the finger at white supremacy, you choose to point the finger at
yep.
whatever.
We disobeyed the law, statutes, and commandments. You hear?
Say it again.
I said they say that we disobey statutes and commandments.
Oh yeah, exactly, exactly.
And so, but that's my thing. So nobody else gets punished.
No, no, just us. Because
Oh,
we the chosen people.
oh, that's right. We're
We the
chosen.
chosen people. What are we chosen for? Obviously, we chosen to
I,
get our ass kicked. Obviously, we
okay,
got chosen to get our ass kicked. That's what we got chosen to do.
I can't figure that one out. What are we chosen for? Chosen for what? And then they try to make this stuff. Yeah, because we're God's golden or chosen children, this and that and the other. But like I told them, as far as I've known throughout my life, okay, and I'm a grown woman, as far as I've known and never seen, when there is a chosen child, that child is not reprimanded more and punished more and brutalized more. That child is given more accolades. That child is given more things. That child gets more attention. That child gets ice cream more, whatever, when you're the chosen
Mhm.
child. I don't see where these children are chosen and the parents punish them more than the other children. That don't even make no sense. Have you ever seen that? If somebody is a chosen child by their parent, don't you usually see that the child gets more stuff?
Treated better, spoiled.
Yeah,
Usually that's a spoiled kid. Yeah, exactly.
I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't witnessed that. Where
We not even the young. We not the youngest. We not the oldest. We the middle child.
right,
We Jan Brady over here.
man. But I mean, because yeah, I ain't even. I've never seen that where somebody has a chosen child and they're way child. I've seen where people had children that you can tell they didn't like their child and they went harder on them, and then the other child they gave more favor to. Yeah,
Right. They say the
yeah.
youngest and they say the youngest and the oldest always has the best and the
Hmm. So yeah, I guess we the middle child.
yeah, we're the middle child. Yep.
I guess. Yeah, I see. Which I just said because we can take it. Yeah, they will give you answers and stuff like that. They'll
Yeah.
because we are strong people and we what? We are strong people. How no? So because we're supposedly quote unquote a strong people, that means it's okay to further brutalize us collectively. Oh, okay. I just don't get these rules because these rules apply only to us. It seems.
Yeah. It's madness how the whole goalpost keeps getting shifted. Um it's real funny. Like Christians they mastered the art of moving the goalposts. You pin them down on something, boy, they will fight. They will try to flip it. And I see you that's because you don't have the proper understanding. That one always gets me. They start talking this proper understanding crap. That's
Okay.
semantics. Semantics. That's what you're playing. Word games. Like,
Yep,
that's because you don't understand the original Hebrew in the King
that's
James
right.
version of the Bible and all and everything else. If you knew what this word meant back in 200 AD and blah blah blah, and it had the same meaning and everything else and blah blah, it really means this and this and da da da. Listen. Sometimes shit is what the fuck it say it is.
Okay.
Like it ain't no hidden meanings, ain't no metaphors, ain't no this, ain't no that. Sometimes it just is what the fuck it
That's
is. And
right.
that's how I'm taking it. Until you can point me to the author, unless you know the author personally, and you could tell me what the author's
Mhm.
interpretation was when he was trying to write this, then I'm not listening to you
That's right.
because all you giving me is your opinion. That's all you giving me. I
Right.
have an opinion. So what makes your opinion more valid than my opinion? Because more people agree with your opinion. I don't give a fuck about all that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Your opinion don't hold more weight than mine. Like so, neither one of us wrote that book. So all we could both do is read that book, and we gonna both come away with it. What we come away with. Like you gonna have your version. I'm gonna have mine. You want to spin words to mean this and take this part as metaphor and that this part is literal and everything else playing this little stupid game. Like make up your mind. Is the shit literal or is it motherfucking metaphoric?
Exactly.
Which one?
Exactly. They
Which
don't
one
know.
is it?
Yep. Because then you'll ask them, "Do you believe everything in the book?" Yep.
Yeah,
And the thing is, so then why are there lost books of the Bible?
right.
That don't even make sense. It's lost books in the Bible. How? So then you don't know everything that's going on with it, but you believe in it so hard, you don't even have the whole
Man.
understanding of it because you don't even have the whole material. All these lost, and how did they get lost? So
Mm-hmm.
somebody tampered with this. Then is that correct?
Exactly. Exactly. Who,
Oh,
who who's the arbiter? Who decided to pull these books out of the Bible? Who
right.
decided not to pull? So that right there in itself just discredits that whole book. The whole book's discredited because if all that stuff is God's words, every single word should be in that Bible. It
That's
shouldn't be
right.
any missing books. if
That's
it's
right.
God's word. I don't like so I don't really don't. Yeah, you can't convince me like that whole Bible is discredited from the rip,
Yep.
and try to defend that Bible. Oh, they tried to defend that Bible, and they know it's been tampered with, and they will try to defend how come it was tampered. They'll try to defend it and
Right.
anything else. We talking about God's words here. We are talking
It's
about
been
God's
tampered
words.
with. How can you trust it at
Yeah,
all? If it's been tampered with, how can you trust it at all?
exactly. Especially when the same people that tampered with it is the people that got us under this structure of white
Hell yeah.
supremacy right now,
Exactly.
and the same ones who indoctrinated us with the book.
That's right.
But you're gonna, and you know the book's been tampered with, and you still gonna follow and defend that book. Like
Yep.
at this point, it's like y'all got cognitive distances. It's nothing.
Yep.
It's really not too much I can really say. All the evidence, everything I'm saying is real. Nobody can dispute it, but everybody wants to sit up here. They want to try to defend it. They can't dispute it, but they will defend it, and it's
Mm.
crazy.
Well, you know, some Hebrews and Bible believers out there steaming.
Yeah,
They got
yeah.
steam coming out their ears.
I'm just
That's
being
they go
real.
ahead.
I'm being real.
Yep.
I'm not saying anything that's false. You
Right.
understand?
Yep.
So, like, yeah, you can not like what I'm saying, but everything I'm saying is real. Truth
Hmm.
don't always taste good.
That's right.
Everything I'm saying is real. All I'm asking is open up your mind, do your own critical thinking. Don't listen to me. I don't want you to listen to me.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Just listen to the facts that I'm saying and then use your own critical thinking. That's what I want you to do.
Yep. And go research anything that's being said. But see, people, that's why I use logic arguments because
Mm-hmm.
you can't get around it. And when you try to get around it, you just end up looking it like you lost because you can't refute with anything else. I love using logic to break down a lot of these types of things because they're so illogical. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when you put it on the table down and the people get upset, they get mad. Oh man, I don't want to talk about it no more. You know, they
Yeah.
ain't feelings about it because you've just used logic and reasons to break down um what they said, and then after that you get accused of hating the Bible. You get accused of of things um because you just use logic. Like
Right.
I've done that plenty of times, like because stuff just don't make sense to me. I'm gonna say something about it, and so I'm like, how did all of these animals get on one ship? What about this animal? What about that animal? You know, is that supposed to be literal or figurative? Like you said, it flips back and forth. So how do we know what is what? How do you know anything is what this is if this is always speaks in parables? That's the thing I asked somebody too, local person. I asked, why would and or God or what have you parables? Wouldn't they
Mm-hmm.
want as many people of their people to know and understand what they're saying?
Yeah.
This person tried to tell me that the people, I guess somewhere in the Bible, whatever, the people weren't listening or following something. And so Jesus said he gonna speak in parables. So where I guess whoever so many people could understand why. If you supposed to be my Lord and Savior, I'm created in your image, all of the above. Why would you try to do things to where I can't understand what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Why?
That
For
don't make
what?
no sense.
That don't even make any sense. It does, like I said, the God of the Bible is incoherent. He's
Hmm.
incoherent. It makes no sense. This God, this deity, makes no sense when you think about it. I mean, he sat up there. He came down. He made man. this that he made man and everything else. This perfect God that this is omniscient God who knows everything. This omnipotent God who's omnipotent God who's all powerful, sees all things, and he sits up there. He makes a flawed creature, and then gets mad at this creature for being flawed.
The facts.
And then damns this creature, does all types of all types of goes on a mass murdering spree, just bodying mad nations at a time and everything else, just ruthlessness. And then he lays down these laws. And then after he lays down these laws, they do what they do. They try to follow the laws. Some do, some don't, whatever the case may be. Everything. Then he realizes this, mind you, this guy that knows everything realizes, oh damn! After all this motherfucking apples being bit and floods and you know cows being praised and tablets being broken. After all this madness, all these mosquitoes and frogs coming down from the sky and everything else. After all this mayhem, I just realized something.
I could have saved 15% with Geico.
I fucked up. I fucked up real bad. I should have never did this with these creatures. They need help. You know, this perfect God that can make that can make a flawed creature, by the way, and made them and then wants them to kiss their ass and worship him all the fucking time. Right. Like why he needs his ass kissed, I do not know.
I don't get that either.
But yeah, but he says, okay, I fucked up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a part of my spirit to float down here, impregnate a woman with myself, mind you. I'm going to impregnate her. Then I'm going to be born. I'm going to be born. I ain't going to just make myself out of dirt like I did Adam. No. I'm going to impregnate a woman so I can be born. I'm going to be born and I'm going to turn into a carpenter. I'm going to preach the good word. Then I'm going to kill myself so I can save these flawed creatures from myself.
Oh my God.
So do you motherfuckers hear what you are praising? Do you hear how incoherent this God is? I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. Okay. This is what the Bible says. If you believe in the Trinity, and that's what most people believe in, the Trinity, then it's madness. It makes no sense.
I'm telling you, you put that excellent. Oh man, that was hilarious. That was freaking hilarious. Yeah, like you said, that's one thing that always got me. So you so you make these flawed creatures and then get mad when they're flawed.
Who does that? Who does that?
Exhibit flaws. You get mad at them.
Only white supremacists can make sense out of that.
Yeah.
We're going to flood the hood with drugs and then get mad at them and arrest them for doing the drugs.
Fact.
That's the same concept.
Yep.
It's the same concept.
Yeah. What did Malcolm X say? The white man will give you the liquor for being drunk. I mean, sell you the liquor bottle, then arrest you for being drunk. You hear me?
Say that one more time.
I said, yeah, just like Malcolm X said, the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then arrest you for being drunk.
That's real. Yep. That's a real quote. That's a real quote. That's exactly what they do.
Yep.
But they just following God's. That's what if it's good enough for God, it's good enough for them, right? At least that's how they think, because they believe they the chosen people.
And all of this praying and crying and on your knees and running around the churches and falling out and dancing and doing everything, and black people still going through hell. Yeah. I don't get it. And then that's the thing. Oh yeah, back to what I was saying about. Okay, so you make these creatures or these whatever we are. It's looked at. You make us, You make us imperfect. You know that we will make mistakes. You know that we will do certain things, but then we get judged by those mistakes.
Hmm.
And those mistakes then will could possibly prevent us from going into heaven. That makes no sense. You give us free will, then get mad when we use it.
That's real.
Why did you give us free will then?
Why? Why? For
That
what?
doesn't make any sense.
That's why I rip apart those free will arguments. I
Hmm.
rip those little free will arguments apart because again, it just shows how incoherent their God is.
Yeah.
It really does.
I'm gonna give you free will now. All right. But if you use it, you're going to hell. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
Yeah,
You gave me free will, but if I use it, I'm probably going to hell. Anything will cause you to go to hell. But
hey,
then at
damn
the
it,
same
anything.
time, you can do whatever you want to do. You can kill somebody as long as you repent.
Yeah, as long as you repent
Then
and
okay.
before you die, you're good.
Let me
Which is which means it ain't about your fruit.
oh damn.
It's about how much ass you kiss before you die. That's what
Right.
that's what that shit's about. It's madness. It's madness. Like what are we talking
Right.
about here?
It's like, okay, so I killed about 18 kids. And that's nothing to joke about. So I'm not trying to put it in that way, but I'm just using this as an example.
Right.
And I done killed 18 children, 18 babies. But let me go repent and I did wrong and Lord, I'm wrong, I'm sorry and all this. I might even get rebaptized or whatever. And now my sins are washed away. Go in the store and steal a candy bar and they don't repent for that, they go to hell for that.
Right. This is
You go to hell for that. Because you took that
that.
candy bar out of there.
Yeah. A person. Ted
Thou shalt not steal.
Ted Bundy can go to if he repented before he died. But because I
Yep.
but because I never believed in this God, I will go to hell and I ain't never killed anybody.
Yep.
Think about that for a second.
That's how it works. That's how it works. How hilarious is that?
Yeah. But this is the God they believe. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people believe in.
There's something I've seen some Cyra put, but I don't understand this. The codes to crack the Bible. What do you mean by that?
Codes to crack. See, everybody got their own codes. This is what I'm
So
saying.
crack the
Everybody
Bible
got
how?
everybody got their own codes. Everybody got their own depictions of the Bible. Everybody exegesis the Bible differently. That's why you have all these different denominations and everything else. You like the Bible. So many different religions spawned from that book, and that happened for a reason. And that's because everybody either you had some religions that just wanted to piggyback off the Bible because the Bible was the hot thing. So they had to try to include the Bible just to try to grab people and gravitate them over to their religion, kind of like the Mormons.
Mhm.
Like Joseph Smith couldn't just come out with a new doctrine that wasn't attached to the Bible, or else he would have never got it off. So he had to include the Bible some kind of way, or make it seem like it was an extension of the Bible or whatever. But still, it's still another religion that spawns from that Bible. Like all things spawn from this Bible, just about Muslim faith, the Jewish faith. That's actually the Torah, but that like, but still, everything just about spawns from that Bible, except for like some branch off religions. You got a lot of branch off, but any major religion, most of the major religions, all come from that Bible in this country.
Mhm. I mean, because, yeah, well, people say crack the code and sacred geometry and stuff like, what do you mean? What is that stuff like? And I'm not trying to be fun. I'm just asking a for real serious, straightforward question. But how does and what does because I'm not familiar, so I'm ignorant to that. that you're talking about, Brother Sarah. But how does sacred geometry and symbols being cracked in the Bible or what have you, how does that help us today? That's a real question I want to know because I feel like sometimes.
Because there is no, see, again, there is no facts when we talking about the depictions of the Bible. There is no facts there.
Hmm.
Like, because you can spin that Bible to mean a whole lot of different things. Especially if you one of these, well, this wasn't metaphor, this is metaphor, and this isn't literal, and everything else, and you just cherry picking the parts that you like, and just dismissing the parts that you don't like is just metaphor. Like this like symbols and all this other stuff. Like, I mean, nah, nah. It's like I said, nobody is going to have the proper meaning of this Bible because nobody knows what the authors was trying to say. They never came out and said this part is literal, this part is metaphoric, or whatever.
Right.
Everybody has their own opinions. We are basing all this off opinions. My opinion is that he meant this. My opinion is that he meant that. That's what people should be saying, but that ain't what they say. They say, no, he meant this. And they present that as facts. And that's how start and everything else. And, oh, well, you're not a real Christian because your real Christians know that this means this. And no, you're not a real Christian. And blah, blah. And then next thing you know, they all bickering back and forth. Like, it's madness. It's just all madness. And
Yeah.
again, it's all based off opinion. It's all opinion based. To be completely honest with you, because everybody's going to come out with their own meanings of it. It's not like it was
Yep.
a movie for this. Now this was a movie opposed to a book. If this was actually a movie besides a book, then we can have a little bit better debate. Because then we can find then there ain't no
Oh,
arguments on what's metaphoric and what's literal and everything else. It is what we saw. But you still can try to use the metaphoric argument because you got people that break down movies and decode movies and use certain things as metaphor.
yeah.
But still, for the most part, you can have it'll be less of an argument if this was a movie opposed to a book because it's hard to make out what people like. You see this a lot online. Like, people's arguments a lot of times get misconstrued via text. You understand? Like,
Yeah.
you'll see people, like, somebody will say something like in the live chat, and they'll say something that you might not know if they joking, playing,
Right.
if they serious, this, that. Like, what did you really mean by that? You might have to ask them to elaborate a little bit more and everything because you're reading it opposed to actually hearing somebody saying it. Because if you heard the
Right.
person say it, then you can get a vibe of and some discern of what they actually mean. So you understand.
Hmm. Definitely. Man, this is hilarious. This is it's just hilarious, man. And I don't know. Like I said, I respect people own personal, what I'm saying, beliefs. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to ask questions. You know what I mean? Or have my own stance on things that I express. That doesn't, to me, that shouldn't be any threat to your religious belief or your own personal spiritual belief because what other people say is not a threat to mine. You know what I'm saying? It's not a threat to what I believe. Um, I consider myself, I guess, more so agnostic. Um, I guess that would be the more so proper term. I'm kind of the school of thought of I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And I feel like in general we don't know. Like, and I'm not going to say that I'm not concerned about knowing, but that's not my primary thing. You know what I mean? I'm
Mm-hmm.
more issues today. Like that's where my more concern is because we already here. You feel me? We already here. We've been here however long, and we here. So I know people want to come from and all that, and which is cool and fine. But I'm like, okay, that's what's up. But we already here. So what we gonna do now about the end today?
Right. Right.
You feel me? So I don't get hung up on those conversations or those beliefs or whatever with all of the biblical stuff or the
Mm-hmm.
God and Jesus and all that. I don't get hung up into that. But yeah, I guess I would be if I was classified more so agnostic than
Yeah.
anything else. That I don't subscribe to Jesus, no Jesus stuff. I don't subscribe to any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
it's just me. And I'm okay with saying I don't know. I'm okay
Yeah.
with saying I don't know something.
And that's fine. That's an honest answer. That's an honest answer opposed to the intellectually dishonest answers that I normally hear from other people when these topics come up. Because you got a lot of people who don't know, but they're scared to say they don't know because they think God is going to get angry with them.
Right.
You understand? Like you got people who really believe if they say something like "I don't know if God exists," they really believe like a lightning bolt is gonna come out the sky and crack them
So
down.
okay.
Like you got people that really believe this. Like they like so like they're terrified just to say like I can go out on the limb and say he ain't there, but like you will say you don't know, but
Right.
you got people that's scared to even say they don't know.
Right.
Like I ain't even saying jump out the limb. Just be intellectually honest. Just say really I don't know. I'm just really just going off faith, and
Right.
I want him to be real. You know what I mean? That would be
Yeah.
cool. If you just say you want him to be real. I can accept that a little bit better than opposed to just intellectually dishonest answers.
And one of the things that gets me is like when people, I guess believers or what have you want to call them, when they try to like sick God on other people. You know what I'm saying? Psycho, psycho.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I said one of the things that annoys me is when people try to like sick God on other people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like to punish other people. Like the Lord's gonna get you, God's gonna get you. It's
Mm-hmm.
like what? I don't. If that's the case, I don't need you to tell
So
me.
you know what God's thinking. So you know what
Right.
God's thinking then. Right, right, right. I
Mm-hmm.
know.
The
I know
Lord.
because everybody knows what's on his mind. It's hilarious. Like, how can you possibly know what's going on in this man's head? This the most incoherent person in the world, this world or any other world. And you know what's going on in this man's head. I just
Right.
got finished talking about how batshit crazy he is. Like, it's like how he makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But you're gonna make sense out of this and tell me that
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna be mad at me, right?
Right.
According to your
Right.
scriptures, he was mad at me thousands of years before I was born. He was mad at me. So I don't see ain't too much I could do now that's gonna get him any more pissed off than he already was at me.
Man, they be talking like he gonna come down on you. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, a lightning bolt or something like that.
Yeah, they
He
believe
strike
that.
you down, or when he come back, it's over for you. He's coming back, and all of this kind of stuff. And it's like they try to stick God on you like it's a dog, like he's a dog or something. Get him, get him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
That
so you want to use God in that way, but these people, I
then
just
they'll tell you he's a loving God. Then
right,
they'll tell you he's a loving God.
exactly.
But all I ever hear is bad stuff. All you ever tell me is how you gonna kick everybody ass.
Yep.
You want to tell me he love? Then you turn around and tell me he love everybody? Make up your mind.
Jealous. He's
Oh
so
yeah,
jealous.
jealous. Oh, let's not get into that. His jealousy. Oh man, egomaniac. I don't know why. Why would he be jealous of
I
finite beings like us?
yep.
What the hell has he got to be jealous of? Seriously, he's God. He is God.
Our God is a
What is
jealous God, and He gonna
what is
love to my grandmother. Rest in peace, Grandma. I love you. But she would say that all the time, talking about because our God is a jealous God, and you can't serve two masters, and
Yeah,
all of this
yeah,
kind of stuff,
yeah.
and it's like, grandma.
Jealous God. Like he's a jealous God. And I was like, why would he be? Why is he jealous? What is he jealous about? What is like seriously? What seriously? Okay, let's say I was praising. Let's say I was praising this bottle of juice right here, right? I was just praising it. I love this bottle of juice right here. This is my favorite flavor. I love it. I pray I get some more tomorrow. I love this juice. This juice is the world to me. Everything's that third. What? Why would God be jealous of some liquid?
Yeah.
What is like seriously? This is what we talking about here. Like, what is he jealous? He's jealous of what? Why? He snapped his fingers and made life. He made a universe in how many days? 3 days, 3
Okay.
nights. Like he made a whole universe. What is he jealous of? I'm jealous. I'm the one who's jealous. I'm the one who got something to be jealous over. Are you kidding me?
You got all the power and strength in the world.
For real.
You in the universe, you can do anything you want to do, and you jealous?
For what?
I read friends comment.
That's like somebody telling me they jealous of a dung beetle.
Yeah, I don't either.
Dung beetle. How he get the move? How he get the maneuver around all this shit like this?
Oh,
it's ridiculous. Man. I should be able to maneuver around shit too. I'm jealous of this dung beetle. That's the equivalent of you telling me God is jealous of me.
But not even the equivalent, because we didn't even make the dung beetle.
Good point.
He made the stuff that he's jealous of.
Good point. Good point.
He made the stuff he's jealous of, which makes it even more ridiculous. But I was reading friend's comment, but that was funny as hell. She said, I heard this one girl say, "Sick 'em, Jesus." I told her Jesus ain't no dog. But she said, God is not jealous of us. He is jealous of us worshiping other gods. What? Didn't he make everything? What other gods? Like what?
Oh yeah, because you talking about other gods, that means you believe other gods exist. That are you pagan? If you're pagan, that's a whole different topic. We could talk about that too.
I don't get it. Like, he's jealous of us worshiping other gods. What other gods? Everything. He made everything. Jealous of something you made. That doesn't make any sense. Like I said, gives you all of these emotions, gives you all of this free will, then get upset when you use it. If a person chooses to worship other gods, whatever that's supposed to mean, that's their own free will. Why would he be jealous of that when he gave them free will?
Mm-hmm.
And then, like when people say, somebody was saying, not everybody is they were saying not everybody is God's children or God's child. And they kept reading some verses talking about you are of your father, the devil, or whatever. But then, like I asked them, didn't God make the devil?
Yeah, God did make the devil. Absolutely. He also made evil.
So then you're still his child. Because if you're a child of the devil, God made the devil.
Right. What Fran said, the man-made gods like the golden calf. Well, if you ask me, all gods are man-made. But if you are you talking about like idols? You said Baal. Baal was the god of the Canaanites, if I ain't mistaken. Before that was before Yahweh. They even knew Yahweh existed. Before they even praised Yahweh, they was praising Baal. That was the Canaanites, if I ain't mistaken.
But that still don't make no sense.
Yeah.
That still makes no sense. Didn't he still make all of that?
Well, yeah. Well, according to scripture, Baal, according if you go according to the Bible, Baal was a false Baal, I should say, was a false god. But they actually did praise Baal before the Bible existed. Before the Bible existed, Baal was.
That don't make no sense.
but they dropped him and started praising Yahweh.
What?
Mm-hmm.
This stuff is crazy.
Kind of like how the Vikings, the Norse gods, they had their own gods until they dropped them for Yahweh. And then you had the Greek gods. They believed in all the Greek gods before they dropped them for Yahweh. And like it kind of, Yahweh just started swallowing up all the gods. He the big dog.
It's
He
crazy, man. And then she said, "Don't you can't believe everything you read in that Bible." What? Then what do you believe? So now you don't believe everything you read in the Bible. Then, oh man, this stuff is wild.
Yeah, I know
This
the
stuff,
golden calf was what they praised right when Moses went up to go get the tablets, and he came back down. They was praising the golden calf and everything, and then he got mad. Well, God
the
got
actual
mad.
golden calf.
Yeah,
How? From where?
the golden calf from when Moses was going up to get the Ten Commandments and the burning bush and all that and everything else, and he
Yeah.
came. Yeah.
But I'm saying, how was it? Who made the golden calf?
Well, the Hebrews did. The Hebrews made the golden calf because they was waiting for Moses to come down from getting the Ten Commandments. I believe he took too long, and they was looking for, and they was former pagans. They was former pagans, and this whole idea of a monolithic God was like a new concept to them. Like and no, not so they was used to having something to praise. So they made the golden calf to like she said to represent Baal, and yeah, and that's how. And then he came down. They saw they was praising it. Symbolism, pretty much. It's basic
Mm,
pagan practice.
this stuff is crazy. It don't make
But
no damn
Christians
sense.
practice paganism. I get on Christians all the time because they pagans. Most of these Christians running around here are pagans. If you got a cross up on your wall, you are a pagan. If you got a cross hanging around your neck as a necklace or whatever, you are a pagan. If you
Mm.
got a tattoo of a cross on you, you are a pagan. You are following pagan practices from the rip. If
Mm.
you believe in the Trinity, you are a pagan. Most Christians believe in the Trinity. You cannot believe in three gods and not be a pagan. And yes, you believe in three gods. Don't tell me the 3-in-1. I don't believe in the 3-for-1 deal. The 3-for-1 deal is bull crap. All right. You
What
have
you get?
conflict.
Pizza?
That is you guys conflating things. You have took three separate entities and tried to jam them all up into one. That is paganism. At the end
Mm.
of the day,
Oh.
yeah, pagan holidays like Christmas. Christmas is a pagan holiday. It's paganism all in Christmas. You absolutely
Man,
right, friend.
wow. Psycho. This stuff is wow.
Yeah. But Christians will talk crap about pagans. They will talk crap about pagans and don't even realize they practice all types of paganism.
Mm-mm-mm.
But they in their heads, they're not pagans though. They're not pagans in their head. They convince
Then they,
themselves that they're not.
and it's church, a bunch of churches that have Halloween stuff.
Yep, Easter is also pagan. Yep, you're absolutely right. And what you were saying about Halloween, sis?
Yeah, I said it's a bunch of churches that have Halloween that do stuff for Halloween.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is a Satanist holiday right here. Them Satanists lose their minds on this holiday.
Mm-hmm.
This day New Year's, Christmas, Thanksgiving, all rolled into one. This is it. It's like this is the
Why are
big deal.
white people so
Right.
morbid? Like I was telling you earlier, why are they so morbid? Up and finds excitement in being scared. Finds excitement in supposedly mummies and graveyards and black cats and witches and goblins or whatever the hell. Who finds that to be fun? Who finds
Yeah,
that to be exciting? Who finds that to be something, yeah, to celebrate? I don't get that. That's not it. That's not exciting to me. That's not.
And why is it that it's only two religions that is associated with like horror flicks or something spooky or whatever,
Mm,
and that's Catholicism and voodoo.
right.
Both of those religions, like you find you a scary movie and there's some religious stuff going on within that scary movie, I promise you it's either the Catholicism or voodoo. Those
Mhm.
is those two things. Those they always associated with Satan, some type of Satanism, some type of demons or possessed people. You know, like yeah, it's always Catholicism or voodoo
Mhm.
every time. If you ask me, that's Christian propaganda, but call it what it is. That's just me. I call yeah.
I mean,
Oddly enough, Christians think they all both of those religions are the devil. But then again,
it's
Christians think every
nasty.
religion that ain't Christian is the devil, so that's probably not saying too much.
But I mean, these people are just morbid as hell. They're obsessed with death.
Yeah,
They're obsessed with death and deviltry and just, I mean, and then black people's foolish behinds is out here following behind these fools.
yeah,
Black folks running around here following behind these damn people. And these people be sitting up becoming damn vampires, saying they vampires and all kind of stuff. I don't get it. Like normalized, their sickness and their perversion has been so normalized in the society, and that you're basically made to feel guilty if you don't participate in their perversion. If you don't participate in Halloween, what's wrong with you?
yeah,
What's wrong with you? Oh, you don't take your kids to trick or treat. Oh, well, you don't do this and that. Oh, really? You don't? No. If somebody says no to that, then it's like, oh, whoa, whoa, something's wrong with them. Like they're not into Halloween. They're not tricking. No, no, and no.
right.
And they try to make you feel guilty about it, especially people who have children. You know what I'm saying? That your children are missing out on something, and they're not part of this. They're not celebrating Halloween, so you're hurting your children. I mean, get the hell out of here with that and buying all these costumes and stuff and candy, and it ain't nothing but a money grab, and it's nothing but a damn spell. I do believe that. All that energy from people who are supporting, celebrating this day, nothing. What the hell is Halloween supposed to be? They don't want to really talk about all of that. They just want you to go around here blindly and get a damn jack o' lantern. You know what I'm saying? Like this man, country man, these people, it's some
Yeah,
sick, morbid, and it's some sick, morbid people who I just can't get over. Who how they have some of the stuff was like gory and bloody and eyeball popping out. You know what I mean? Like some of the costumes and masks and different things that they put up. I was seeing this thing earlier where at this Halloween store they was showing different stuff. People were buying to put in their house or whatever. And it was this thing that hung. I think it was like some kind of witch or whatever. It was like a male witch though, whatever that's called, a warlock. I don't know. Anyway, anywho, it was some kind of Halloween character that was a male, and he was holding a little girl upside down,
mm,
putting her in a bag. And I'm like, this is what we celebrating as a country.
yeah,
This is some damn pedophile stuff right here. A lot of this stuff is pedophile in nature. You know what I'm saying? You got children running around putting on costumes, coming to people's house asking for candy. What the hell
Yeah,
is that?
I, I remember. I remember as a kid, um, my moms used to be nervous and checking everything, make sure checking all the candy and all this other stuff, make sure no razor blades or anything up in the stuff and
Yeah.
everything. We had and we had a scare out here where it was like this it was a scare about this black van that was just riding
Mhm.
around kidnapping kids or whatever on during Halloween or whatever, this, that, and third. So like it was a big scare out here with all that. And yeah, I remember all this stuff going on when I was a kid.
It's just some sick, twisted stuff. That's all it is. It's just, and people fall right in line with it. That's what gets me. People fall in line with anything. I can understand when you're young, like you're a child, and you want to celebrate Halloween and everything because that's what's to do, that's what's up, whatever. What I'm saying is, as adults, it's just crazy to me how many people just fall in line with stuff, things, and participate in things because this is what's being pushed out there in society to tell you, to tell you it's this day, it's that day, and to go buy this stuff and spend money you don't have on some old bull bleep that's gonna be torn up on the floor in 2 days or less. I'm
Hmm.
just not with it. I'm not with it. And I'm just not down for Halloween. I don't being scared and stuff is not. Who wants to be scared like somebody's gonna kill you? What? You know what I'm saying? Like if you really think about it, that thousands
You
of
had a bad
dollars.
you had a bad experience. You had a bad experience when you was a kid, didn't you, Renee? Like somebody scared you real good, didn't they? You-
No, you know what? Oh gosh, but I do remember one thing that happened one time. Oh man, it was me and my best friend. It's like my sister, and we went to this one haunted house, and oh my gosh, she was in front of me. Like you know how you be like trying to push the other person in front. You know what I'm saying?
uh-huh.
Because you be scared. You go through the different rooms or different areas or whatever.
Right.
So this was like a haunted. What do you call it? A haunted.
Haunted house,
No, a haunted morgue.
a morgue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so this particular haunted house, whatever thing, was a morgue
Oh,
thing.
got you.
Oh, it was
Wait,
crazy.
was it a haunted house that had a morgue in the house?
No, it was like a no, no,
The
no.
whole thing was a morgue.
Yeah,
The whole thing was
hard.
okay.
And so you was going through different rooms, like where they had funerals and stuff,
Right.
or they had different things preparing the body, and at the end it was crazy because they had this one part where bodies are being put into being cremated. It was crazy. It was something else. Oh, and it was this one room where it was like a funeral had went on or whatever. The people was gone, and it was a woman sitting there rocking back and forth with a baby, and she was like, "Oh, my baby," and they had like the little sounds of baby crying.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, because I guess her baby had died or whatever. I don't know, and she was holding the baby. And so when you walk in, when you get so far, that's when they start going and doing all the stuff they do. And so first she was like, "Oh," her back to us, "Baby, my baby." And then once we got around far enough, she turned around, and the baby had like these devil eyes, and she
That's crazy.
had devil eyes. But yeah, so basically, what had happened was she was like in front of me, like we was trying to take turns and stuff, trying to push each other. So we had got to one part We had got to one part and it was so dang scary. Like somebody had came out chasing us or whatever. And so when it first happened, I was like, oh man. And I grabbed her sweater because she was in front of me. And, I just they grabbed onto it like, I was screaming and scared. Why did I rip her sweater?
Oh wow.
And when I say rip her sweater, it was a thing like Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake. Okay. I ripped her sweater oh man, the whole front part came all the way down. And, and like she didn't have like she don't have small tits either.
Oh
And so
man.
up in there, oh she was so mad at me.
I know.
Me. I was like, I'm sorry, Tisha. I'm sorry. It was man, I was scared. And she was scared, we both was scared or whatever, but
Yeah.
I ripped her and tore it tore down like the whole front. Like her chest was like out. I mean, she had a bra on, but it was like, yeah, it was no coming back from that. Like I tore the hell out of that sweater.
Oh, that's funny.
And so she was out there and it was because we was dressed so cute, which during that time you trying to be cute because it's gonna be boys and stuff there and you
Hmm.
know, whatever. So we were so cute and everything. And because I still remember the sweater. It was like a green, because it was so cute. It was like
Yeah.
a hunter green kind of like crop top sweater. And it was so cute. I straight ripped that sweater. Oh, I'm going to fix it for you. Because I used to sew and stuff like that. Because like in school, I was in like the sewing things and because I used to love to make stuff like dresses. I did really well making stuff like making clothes, making different things. And I was like, I'm gonna sew it for you at school. I'm gonna do this and I just bring it. She was she was mad at me, and it was a new sweater too, man. That was crazy. So then she had to tuck up the sweater.
That's funny.
No, we had to make
That
it makeshift where it won't come down and stuff. Oh man, so that kind of messed up her night. Um,
mhm.
but yeah, that was so funny.
All right. All right. I'm about to put the pressure on everybody. I hope everybody's listening. I'm gonna ask you too, Renee. I think I asked you this earlier, but I want you to run through it again. All right, family out in the chat. Let's hear it. Your favorite Hollywood Halloween candy when you was a kid. You give me, matter of fact, give me your top five. Give me your top five because I know y'all probably can't break it down to one. Give me your top five Halloween candies as a kid. Go ahead, Renee. You give me your list.
As a kid or now?
Either or.
Well,
Either.
I kind of mixed it, I guess.
Yeah.
Five, like I told you earlier, runts. If y'all you like runts, man, spam it up in the dang on chat. Like, let me know if you like runts. I love runts. Okay. But yeah, so runts will have to be number five. Um, I'm definitely into chocolate more, but I'll put like a number four would be like maybe like Starburst.
Mm,
Probably yeah, just Starburst itself would be at number four. Uh Number three, oh man, Snicker. They be
oh
slapping.
yes.
Oh man,
Yeah.
be slapping. They used to be bigger and thicker. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
I said they used to be thicker and bigger.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Like when you
Yeah.
had the fun size or whatever, it was
Yeah.
like a
Now they
little
smaller. Yeah, they were smaller
yeah.
now. Yeah. I yeah.
It was like when you had the fun size in, you could get like two bites out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like you get
Yeah.
little
Now you're just getting one out those little things. That's it.
yeah, you can just that little thing in your mouth for real. But yeah, so Snickers would be number three. Number two would probably be that I used to get. And I'm like, I'll just throw this in there for good measure. But M&Ms. You know, you get the little bags of M&Ms. You get
Yeah, M&M's. Yep.
the
I was.
brown bag or the yellow one, which I
Yep.
prefer yellow because I like peanut M&Ms. But
Water sniper
um,
just reminded me of one of my top five Chico sticks. Oh man, I used to love Chico's.
uh,
Oh, them things was rocking.
I hate Chico sticks.
Huh?
Chico sticks.
Oh, I love them. I love them, Renee. I love them. Oh man, yeah, yeah. I agree, Fred. It was just, yeah. I used to love. Yep, everybody. You always want to say you ain't like Chico sticks, Renee. I'm taking your black card.
Oh, dang, my black card gone. Damn. I like collard greens. No.
Yeah, but yeah, the peanut M&Ms. I used to, yep. And see, oh, Boston baked beans. You just took me there, Fred.
Uh,
Oh, I used to love Boston baked beans too. Tell me you like Boston baked beans.
no.
Oh, Renee, you violent.
Yeah,
I would have been trading with
no,
you.
no.
I would have been trading with you. Oh
Yeah.
yes. Take.
Tit for tat with whatever candy. Yeah,
Yeah,
Boston baked beans, funny because.
I
But
can eat one of
oh,
those
but I
right
tell you what
now.
though is lemon head.
Lemon heads. Oh yeah, I like lemon heads.
Lemon
Lemon
heads
heads
is
is good.
smacking. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like lemon
but
heads.
my number one candy is dun, 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 dun. You can't really beat this. Period. But that would be Reese's peanut butter cup. You can't beat the Reese's peanut butter cup. It is.
Yeah, Reese peanut butter cups is classic. Yeah, that's yep. That and the Snickers. That and
Yep.
yeah, that
That.
and the Snickers are the
Yep.
classic. And then the M&Ms, M&M,
Yep.
Hershey Kisses too. You got a lot of those.
Yeah, you would. Oh, and you will also get a lot of Tootsie Rolls.
Yep, Tootsie Rolls.
Man,
Tootsie
I
Rolls
used to get
rocking.
sick of that. People would give out so many damn Tootsie Rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, hey, that's like my low level candy. You feel me? Like when I
Right.
ate all the other stuff I like, eat a couple of Tootsie Rolls. But
Mm-hmm.
that's like, down the line somewhere.
Yeah. Man, I was telling. We used to go up to the white neighborhoods. We used to go up all the Europe. We used to drive up to the European neighborhoods and get that white privilege candy. We used to get that. We used to get the good stuff. Instead of getting the fun size Snicker bars, we was getting the real thing, the full Snicker bar. we
Man,
Yeah, we was getting the good shit. Like, yeah, we used to take a
yep.
we used to be like, we gonna take advantage of their white privilege. We gonna go up here and get their candy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like you said, they would be giving out. Because I grew up in a suburban. For most of my school, I was starting in like fourth grade, but we had full size candy bars, honey, full size. We'd be like, dang, yeah, that's what's up. Them white folks to give you the big one, candy man. They will also have you like those candy apple suckers.
Nah, I didn't like those too much.
They're really chewy. They're really like sticky in your mouth. You know what I mean? Like they're really like, but I do like them though.
Yeah.
But that was like a candy I really like, the green apple sucker, whatever.
Oh, okay.
I like those. Yeah.
Then we had the nerds. I used to like the nerds candy. I used to like that. And the gummy
Yeah.
bears, of course. Gummy bears was good.
Yep.
That was
How
my
many licks
classic
does it
candy.
take till you get to this and the other? How many how many licks does it take till you get to the center of a tootsie?
Tootsie Pop.
Yeah.
The world may never know.
Okay.
Classic
Oh.
commercial.
Mm-hmm. I did used to love. This is something you don't see a lot anymore. In addition to what Fran just said, now laters, you don't see, in my opinion, you don't see now laters that much anymore.
Oh, you don't? Yeah, I used to kill those. Oh, I used to kill now laters.
Now laters used to be so fire, man. Oh, they were so
Yeah,
fire.
classic candy right there. Classic hood candy.
And everybody be like, give me some, give me one. And remember, because they had the little 5 pack, remember a little pack or whatever.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, and then everybody had their hand out. You'd be like, dang.
Yep. It's like it's only 5 in here, and next thing you know, you ain't got 2 left.
Okay, dang, man. You'd be like, man, dang. Maybe I gave you some candy, or I give you some candy tomorrow, or something.
Oh man,
Candy, like,
we used
all
to hit
right.
up the store every morning before school and get some candy. Every morning before school.
Did you say get up and snort?
What'd you say?
Did you say get up and snort?
No, hell no.
Oh,
I said we used to get up every morning and get candy before school.
okay.
Hell no.
Get up, snorting kids.
Hell no.
Kids getting up in the morning snorting some candy before they go after that. You know what? I seen this thing, and it was these elementary school kids, and they call it crack. They call it I want to say something crack, but they call it crack, which is like the Kool-Aid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they be making that up and taking it to school in little baggies. Like it's drugs.
Really?
And because this one mom, she reported it when she found out about it, and her son was basically ended up telling her what all they was doing. I think they was in grade school, but they was sitting up here making this damn sugar and Kool-Aid or whatever. And then they made something else where to make it kind of clumpy. I can't remember. And they was taking it to school calling it crack.
Oh wow.
Was like for real, they was like trading
Crazy.
the other candy and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh, yeah, I totally remember the candy
yeah.
cigarettes, Warrior. He totally remember that. And Garwin just took it there. The Jolly Ranchers. I forgot about Jolly
Oh,
Ranchers.
I love Jolly
Oh,
Fire.
yes. I used to love Jolly Ranchers, man. Oh, I forgot
And
about
I like the big stick ones too.
that. Oh man, I used to love
You know
Jolly.
what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nothing
those are so
best.
good.
The red ones were the best. I'm sorry.
Oh, green apple.
Oh, I'd have been trading with you. You'd have been a good trade partner. I'd have gave you all my greens for those reds. I'd have gave you every
Oh,
last one of them for the reds.
happily I would have did that. That's one thing about me. I love apple stuff. I love dang near anything apple.
Mm,
Green apple, like green apple flavor stuff or whatever. So yeah, I love the green apple. Really what's super dope though is if you do take the red one, the cherry one, sit with the red. Oh
right.
my gosh. Like, you
Mm,
have two at the same time.
yeah. That'll be
Man,
a pleasure. Oh
you
yeah,
want to smack your mama.
I remember jingles, friend. Those are the bootleg now laters. Those are the bootleg now laters. They like now laters used to be a dime, and the jingles was a nickel, but they were smaller though. They were smaller than the now laters. So yeah, yeah, I remember the
I
jingles.
never heard of jingles.
Yeah, they was now laters, but just in a smaller pack. They was in a smaller pack, and it was called jingles instead of now laters, and it was cheaper.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't really remember that, but yeah, dang, but yeah, oh man, that's so funny though. Just thinking back on all of that stuff, as kids and
Do anybody in the chat remember Big Bowls? Big Bowl,
Happy Taffy.
the
Yes, Chief
yeah,
Holiday.
the gum. It was the pink. It was actually hard candy. It was gum in a hard candy shell. It was pink, and it was like at one point in time they was only a penny, and then they went up to a nickel. But yeah, they was called Big Bowls. Let me know if anybody in chat remember those.
Yeah, I was like, big what?
Yeah, Jiggles must have been a Northeast people outside Northeast. Like, what the hell are y'all talking about?
Right. Man, yeah, Chief, you on point though with the Laffy Taffy flavor. No.
Yeah, I don't eat banana flavored nothing.
No. But the other flavors, oh my gosh. Oh, Laffy Taffy was so good. Like soft, but not super soft. This was just good. I love Laffy Taffy. But yeah, I would definitely say Jolly Ranchers are my favorite fruity candy. I can't remember. I can't believe I forgot to mention those. But Jolly Ranchers are everything. Everything.
Fun Dip. I'm trying to remember if that name sounds familiar. Fun Dip.
Little thing you dip the thing in, right?
Oh, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Even the stick was candy. The stick was candy too. And yeah, okay, I remember that. Yeah, that was good too. Real sugary, but
Yeah.
it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into that. But yeah, I did eat it sometimes because too sticky, and then once you opened it, you had to kind of finish it, kind of roll it back up. I don't know. It just could get to be too much, that fun dip thing. I remember I always wanted this, but I never got it, and my mom and daddy never got it for me, but I always wanted it. Do y'all remember that candy that was supposed to be like tobacco?
Yeah, yeah. Chewing
Mhm.
tobacco. You
Yeah,
told us like it was gum though. It was really gum. Yeah.
right.
Hmm.
I can't think of the name of that. Big League.
Big League. Yep. Big League. That was it. Yeah. Big League chewing gum. Yep.
I used to always see that commercial and stuff,
Hmm.
and it was like they was playing baseball or something.
Yep. They put it in their mouth like they was putting tobacco in their mouth too, like they was chewing on dip.
Yes, exactly.
Hmm.
Ugh, no, banana flavor stuff is the worst. Candy, yuck.
Yeah, I don't eat banana flavored candy. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't.
That's right. Looks like Big League too. Yeah, remember that. Hey, does anybody remember when Shaq had a candy bar?
No, I don't remember when he had a candy bar. I
It,
remember Shaq doing a lot of things. I don't remember the candy bar. That's crazy. It must
he
not lasted
almost
too
here
long.
stapled and stuff, and I'm like, you gotta be cracking up. I heard when I'm laughing. Yeah, he had a
Yeah, Baby Rules.
candy bar, and
Yeah,
it was
Baby
like
Rules.
it was like at family. I mean, well, during that time, a store called Dollar General. Do y'all have Dollar
Mhm.
General?
Yeah. Uh huh.
Yeah, it was like at Dollar, like stores like that.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Shaq
think
has
that lasted
a
that
candy bar.
long, but I do remember it because my daddy came from the store.
Oh man, I used to have all the Garbage Pail Kids too, Mark. I used to have all the Garbage Pail Kids.
Ew.
You ain't like the Garbage Pail Kids. That was boy stuff.
Oh,
That
that
was
was
little boy
gross.
stuff. So yeah, I can understand.
Yeah. Mm-mm. And I was always pretty much girly, like, no. Mm-mm. Not no dang on Garbage Pail Kids. Gross, they digging their nose.
Yeah, they used to do all types of crazy stuff. Yeah, like I said, it was little boy stuff. You had to be a boy, little boy, to get
Yeah, I
it.
guess so. Cause I did. I do. Yeah, I do remember the Garbage Pail movie. The movie, Garbage Pail Kids movie. Yeah.
I never saw the movie. I never saw the movie. I did collect the cards when they first came out.
What's your favorite card?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember. I forgot them. I forgot their names and everything. But
Yeah.
I remember collecting them though. I remember I had like the first like 5 editions of Garbage Pail Kid cards they did because they used to drop them like in editions or whatever. They had the first run and then they had the second and the third. I was collecting up to like number 4 or 5 or something like that. I didn't even care about the little gum they had up in there, that nasty ass gum. They used to have that little nasty ass baseball card gum up in that shit. Like that shit was disgusting. It's hard as hell.
Man. Yeah. Oh, but it was like, I know the candy is not good for you and all that, but it was like a more innocent time. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
It's just everything now. The children are so jaded.
Yeah,
They just kind of jaded. They've been there, done that. Well, their whole thing though is more so the video games, which I mean, for my generation, it was too, but it's just in a different way. It's so much more advanced now.
yeah, yeah. The
I was
fun's
doing
gone.
things like playing, what's that called? Sega Genesis and stuff like that. Was it Sega Genesis? I don't know, but I was playing like Sonic and Aladdin. I was the man nerd.
Time out real quick. Yo, Simons, congratulations. Y'all wanted it. We didn't. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I
Wait,
see
you
you
said
out
what?
there. All right. Now go. My bad. Go ahead, sis.
What were you talking about?
Nah. Football stuff. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Nothing.
okay. All right. But yeah, yeah, Mark Black, that's what I was talking about earlier. The kids, some kids now they be calling that crack. Something crack. And they
What
make
you
it
talking about?
no,
What
he
you was
get
talking
they used to get packs of Kool-Aid and put sugar in it and carry it around in plastic bags.
about?
They doing that. The kids still do that, but they call it crack.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like crack. Happy crack. That's what it is. The kids call it happy crack. And if you one of the kids who bring it all the time, you popping dealer or whatever.
I was watching. I was watching the Jackson movie the other day. It was on TV, and it was a scene where Michael ran to the store to get some candy, and he was trying to run back before he got caught going to the store. And Joe caught him outside and was like, "What you doing? Give me that candy." He was like, "Give me back that candy. I used that to sell it at my store." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh yeah." He said, "How much you brought these mothballs for?" He said, "A nickel." He said, "How much you sell them for?" He said, "A nickel." He said, "Boy, you better
Oh
stick to singing."
my gosh. I remember that. I remember that. That was hilarious.
I was like,
Oh
"I know
my
that's right,"
god.
because hustling ain't in you, bro.
Oh man. They turned that boy out, that man out. Well, he was a boy at that time, but
Yeah.
they turned him out, honey.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Thought Crimes was saying a lot of black kids didn't really get into video games. Shit. Who said Thought Crimes? I don't. Shit. My hood, we was. You crazy?
Uh-huh.
That Atari 2600 was out. You crazy? Man, I remember that Atari 2600 came out. A lot of y'all don't even know what that is. You had the joystick. Some of y'all do know what I'm talking about. You had the joystick with one button. You had a joystick with one red button up in the upper left hand corner, and you had a literal joystick, not like these joysticks now where it's like actually a pad. It's really not even a joystick. It's more like a joy pad. What you got now, where you just rub your fingers across the thing and make it move. No, you had a real stick. You had to move that bitch around. It's like you working a stick shift on the car. You had to twist and move that bitch and everything else, man. We had these cartridges, man. I had about 800 cartridges for this goddamn thing, man. These cartridges was cheap at one point too. We used to go to Odd Lot and get them shits for like $5. They used to have $5 games up in there. We used to go like every weekend and get like a couple of games. But yeah, man, Atari 2600 was big in my hood. Everybody had one. Everybody had one.
Mm.
So video games was always big in the hood.
Yeah, that's
Like
what I thought.
yeah, video games always was big. Like that was like the big like Christmas time and birthday.
Right.
That's what everybody wanted for Christmas and their birthday. They didn't have one, they wanted one. And they kept hounding people until they got one.
Yeah.
You kept hounding your parents. You ain't get one for your birthday, you hounded them on Christmas. You ain't
Man,
get one then, you hounded them for your next birthday. You gonna keep hounding them till you get one.
yep. Man, my mom wanted a video. My mom wanted a Nintendo.
Word up.
Yep. Hey, do you remember back in the day, Blockbuster Video?
Blockbuster video.
Uh,
Yeah, hell yeah. That's just a
is
that's
it delayed or you can't hear me?
you broke up for a half second, so I didn't catch all of it. But I caught you now though. You said, "Do I remember Blockbuster Video?" Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy to see how Blockbuster Video blew up and then just went completely out of business. It just became irrelevant, like literally overnight. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it did really happen down there overnight. But I remember they used to have video games. It was expensive as hell though to rent them, but sometimes we would be able to get them. Sometimes my parents would let us get them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we would go there and rent video games sometimes, and
Oh yeah. Yep. Go rent the
yeah,
games there and everything. That was like the PlayStation days and everything. Like yeah, when the first PlayStation, like the very first one.
right.
Yeah, right.
Tell me why back in the day, this is hilarious looking back on this now. But tell me why back in the day something happened to our VCR. Yes, y'all, I'm taking it back to the VCR, baby. Something happened with our VCR. My dad is like a big movie buff or whatever. So he was like, well, we're going to go up here and see what we can do. So we went to Blockbuster. Remember how Blockbuster would rent out VCRs to you?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell me why they was charging like $200 or $300. Like you had to
For
put that in a deposit.
Oh, before you can even rent it, right? Like
Yes.
as a yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? Looking back
You
on
might as
it,
well just buy the VCR. You might just buy you a VCR
thank
if that's the
you.
case.
That's when my parents was like, well, we might as well just go and buy us another VCR right now.
Yeah, you gotta do all that. Like
You know,
purpose of renting the VCRs because I don't want to kick out the $200. But if I
exactly.
got to kick out 200, I might as well go get the VCR my damn self. Get the
Right.
fuck out of here.
Yeah, they was charging like major money for like deposits on the damn VCR. Like, are you serious? And looking back at that, it's so hilarious. The VCR, those big bulky tapes, and
Yeah.
you be trying to get trying to rewind, fast forward, you had to use the
Yeah.
tracking.
You'll buy a
So,
whole rewind machine just to rewind it for your
you know,
VC. So,
it taking hella time to rewind.
yeah.
Because my grandma and grandpa, they used to have those machines like you talking about where you put it in there and it's just for rewinding the video.
Yep. Just for rewinding the VCR tape. Exactly. I
And
had
it
that
still
too.
took a long time.
Yep. VCR days. Then you had to worry about your VCR. You had a bad VCR that mess around, chew your tape up. You
Yep.
you be bad as hell. You would go to pull your shit out and it's still tape stuck inside that motherfucker. You gotta try to get something, a pencil or a
Okay.
knife or something to stick up in there to try to maneuver it around the little
I,
gears or whatever, so the tape to come out and you don't pop it. Like
and
yeah.
that was the time when I was sitting up trying to watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yep, from like their daddy, their uncles, their big brothers and stuff like that. I'm finding their tapes or trying to get their tapes and watch them and stuff. It's just
Mhm.
funny how change, you know. It's just funny how different things are and how different they are, but how the same they are. Oh yeah, everybody knew to blow in the VCR for some reason. Yup, and then the Nintendo.
Nintendo. Well, Nintendo used to work. Nintendo used to work. That worked magic for
Man,
Nintendo. Boy, your cartridge you had to pull it out, you got blowing it. everybody knew that trick. Hell out of that shit. It'll
okay.
work though. It'll work. It'll eventually come on.
And on one hand, pop, 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 and blowing it. And then you put it in
What?
there. Sometime it'd be like some error message or code, whatever, come on the screen, and you take it back out and trying to do it. Then it'll come up like, yes,
Yep.
finally.
Well,
So you be so happy.
those are called 80s problems. Those are called 80s problems. We it's funny talking about it now because boy, everything's at the touch of a hand now. You just glide here and glide there. Everything's all simple. The shit was difficult back then.
Man. Oh man, yeah, Blockbuster was a lick, man. Because like damn near every Friday or every other Friday, they had the new movies and stuff they put in there. Everybody be up in there trying to rent them. And all of whatever movie, like whatever movie you're trying to see, all of them are gone. It used to be funny. And of course, we will always be in the black section or the,
Of
you know,
course. Yeah.
comedy section or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like folk get movies. Because my daddy always would get like and comedies and like anything with like Richard Pryor in it,
Yeah.
stuff like that, like all those movies. Which way, yeah, which way, loose, whatever.
Every which way but lose.
Yeah, wasn't he in that?
You talk Richard Pryor, right?
Uh
Yeah, that was his movie.
okay, yeah, like that movie. What? Oh man, is that the one where he kept putting the wrong finger up?
I think I think so. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that is the one. Yeah.
that was hilarious, man. My daddy loved it. Every he was trying to flip people off. He always put us the wrong damn finger. Um, that I can remember we rented like Boomerang.
Mm-hmm.
You know that was those movies was always fast to go.
Yeah. And
Funny.
another thing that's different now opposed to back then, like now, if a movie goes out of the theater, like movie stays in the theaters for a couple months, right? Like 3 or 4 months after the movie's out the theater, it's on DVD or Blu-ray,
Right.
right?
You
Back
had to wait
then,
like a year.
back then, once the movie left the theater, you had to wait like a year before it hits
Yep.
videotape. or DVD or something. It actually wasn't no DVDs back then. Before his videotape, you had to wait like a year.
Back.
A year. No, I bullshit you not. Before you could watch the movie
Mhm.
after it left the movie theaters.
That was crazy as hell.
Yep.
You're right. If you don't see that movie while it's in the theater, honey, you're gonna be waiting a while before
Yep.
you can rent it or whatever. Cause honey, they didn't play. Yes, it would be like a whole year before you could see that movie. Bustin' loose. Okay, thank you, Garwin.
Busting loose. Yeah, it was busting loose. That's yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yes. And he was
Garmin's correct.
putting up the wrong finger and stuff. That was funny. But that was after Richard Pryor had, situation. I think that was after got caught on fire and stuff.
No, what he said after he caught on fire?
Uh-huh.
Uh, First thing he did after he caught on fire, I think, was the stand up. It was the
The Bustin' Loose movie was after that.
yeah, it might have been after. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, right. Because that was he caught on fire. I think it was 77, 76. One of those 2 years he caught on fire. I believe it. I'm sure Garvin might remember better than me, but I think it was like 77. I want to say
I mean,
was the year he caught on fire.
this is black. This might be blasphemous to some people, to my father, to my dad, but Richard Pryor was like a fag. He was like, excuse my French. He was like integrationist. He was a sellout, a homosexual. Now, was he funny? But he was all those other things too.
Right.
And he was a sexual deviant for real. And he helped to usher in a lot of different stuff as well.
Mm,
People got to look at that. He was a freak. About he had a tranny and all of that kind of stuff. So running around with Paul Mooney, who
yeah.
what it is, and they were so close. And he said something before, like he effed Paul Mooney. He said something to that degree. Yeah. Anyway, he was foul as hell. He was foul as hell on so many levels. And of course, he dealt with so many white women. Um, it
Yeah,
was like he was
He
there
did
upset
deal
with
with a lot
white
of white women. He was big on the white women.
women. Okay, and then he had gave what you call some STDs, didn't he?
I'm
Uh,
sure.
Foxy Brown. What's her name?
Pamela Anderson.
Not Pamela Anderson. Foxy Brown.
Pamela Anderson was Foxy Brown. Not Pamela Anderson. I said Pamela Anderson. Excuse me, Pam Grier. What the fuck am I talking?
Okay,
Yeah, what the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, Pam Grier. Excuse me.
yeah, Psycho got a white woman on his mind. See, brother, I knew, brother. I,
Nah. Pam
uh,
Grier. Excuse me, family. Excuse me.
but yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, he was something else. Yeah, he was heavy into white women. He was just sexually deviant up in like a whorehouse or whatever. And
Yeah, his mother ran the brothel. Yeah.
yeah, so he, I'm sure grew up seeing a lot of things and a lot of things are, you know, happening to him in those environments or whatever. Um,
Mm,
he had a hard life. He had a rough life, man. Life. I will definitely say that. But see, one of the things is he was so laid up under them white people. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Laid up under them white people. And them white people had his mind really gone. and he thought that they were his friends and everything. But it's so crazy to see how he lived through that whole situation because he was burnt up bad.
Yeah, he was burnt up real bad. He had to have a whole bunch of operations and everything,
Yeah.
plastic surgery and all that. That was because he was freebasing, man. Lost his mind.
Yep.
What called freebasing. Pretty much, he was smoking crack.
Mhm.
He was
Mhm.
smoking crack. Back then, it was called before the whole. That's before they changed the name to crack. But that's what he was doing. He was smoking. He was on a crack binge, lit himself on fire.
And then they because watched about him or whatever. They were saying like he had mountains of cocaine. Like he had huge mountains of cocaine. Like
Mm-hmm.
he would just sit there in this room all day snorting cocaine and stuff. See, that's how them. That's the thing I want to get into too. To do a thing on with this book called "Drugs: A Weapon Against Us," and it basically talks about a lot of the entertainers, especially black entertainers, whom they use drugs. You know what I'm saying, to or do what they wanted them to do. And
Mm-hmm.
they talked about like in the book it talks about like Jimi Hendrix and how like they was trying to get him to kill himself and stuff. He was at a hotel in New York, and I think this was toward the end of his life. Hotel in New York, and this white dude who was like some kind of agent or some kind of somebody, he showed up with a suitcase with cocaine and a gun on top,
Mm.
and he left it in the room for him. Different stuff like that. Um, the drugs a lot of times to these artists. And then they'll cut them off when they're ready to, and basically downward spiral, humiliate themselves. Like this is what they do. This is what they live for. So I think that would be that's something I really want to break down. How um against us in our community, um just like Afeni Shakur, Tupac's mom, they had set her up purposely to get addicted to crack, for real, on cocaine. They had this chick come in and work for them, like she befriended her and stuff like that, and she got her
Mm-hmm.
into doing that. They've just used a really yeah, they've done just a lot of things to us, and um infiltrated.
Oh yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, you got anything else you want to say before we get up out of here, Renee? It's getting late. We've
Yes,
been on here for a minute.
definitely. Yeah.
If I'm up here saying Pamela Anderson when I mean Pam Grier, that's a
Oh,
telltale sign. It's time for me to get up off here.
okay. Oh my gosh. But yeah. So no, nothing to say. Just happy to chat and run my little mouth or what have you. And nothing. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, that's it. Everybody, I'm sorry, y'all. I went into the whole Richard Pryor thing and all that or
Oh, it's
whatever.
all, no, yeah, this is all good. One
So,
conversation led to another. You know how that go.
yeah. But I hope everybody has a good night. Happy Halloween. Hell no, I ain't saying no happy Halloween. Howard, okay?
All right.
No.
That's what's up. Yeah, everybody. Thanks for everybody for joining. You know what I mean? Make sure if you haven't already, hit the click the like, click the subscribe if you ain't already subscribed. Be sure to hit the bell so hopefully you can get a notification if YouTube don't play us out. uh, be sure to subscribe to the Black Building. That'll be the other channel. We're gonna start uploading over there soon. If you haven't already, please subscribe over there. The link is in the description. Let's see. Oh, be sure to check out Renee Black on Facebook. If you got any requests for any graphics, designs, logos, or whatever, she'll take care of you. You know, hit her up and see what kind of deals y'all can work out. But yeah, she does very good work. So I advise everybody, if you're looking for something solid, get at her. Yeah, peace to everybody out in the chat once again. Thanks everybody for joining us. I'll holler at y'all next live stream. We should be back on Thursday night. We out.